Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Became Powerless? Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Pro heroes constantly put their lives on the line. Some villains are too powerful to defeat without quirks. So, can anyone truly be a hero? Not without a quirk. Izuku Midoriya felt his heart sink. His knees weakened, and a wave of nausea washed over him. His world seemed to crumble, and he felt powerless to stop it. The frail figure before him shattered the image of the symbol of peace he had idolized for so long. Worst of all, this hero, his hero since childhood, had confirmed his deepest fear. His dream of becoming a pro-hero would never come true. He managed to respond with a simple acknowledgement, his voice feeling distant and unfamiliar. He had envisioned this moment countless times, imagining his hero offering him hope, assuring him that despite what others, including Kakin and his classmates, said, he could still become a hero. But in the end, it was all a fantasy. The weakened All Might struggled to rise and began walking toward the stairwell leading down from the rooftop. Noticing the despair on Izuku's face, All Might attempted to offer some comfort. He suggested that if Izuku wanted to help people, there were other paths he could take, like becoming a police officer. Though they often received criticism since heroes captured most villains, it was still a noble profession. Stopping at the door, All Might reminded Izuku that having dreams was not bad, but they should be realistic and attainable. With that, he departed, leaving Izuku frozen in place, unable to move or even breathe. Memories flooded his mind. The doctor who had told him he would never have a quirk, Kakin's relentless bullying for being quirkless, his classmates flaunting their powers, and his mother, who blamed herself for the death of his dreams. Finally, Izuku's knees buckled, and he collapsed onto the cold rooftop. It felt so unfair. He had never desired anything more in his life, yet fate had cruelly snatched it away. All his efforts, hopes, and dreams vanished in an instant. He struggled to rise from the rooftop, knowing he needed to return home, but he couldn't move. Tears streamed down his face as he remained there, lost in his thoughts. The words of his hero echoed repeatedly in his mind, "Can you be a hero? Not without a quirk." Meanwhile, in an office building a few miles away, a man in his late 40s sat behind a large mahogany desk, watching the scene unfold on his laptop. He had been tracking All Might with an aerial drone for some time. Normally, All Might was difficult to follow due to his speed, but today, the drone had managed to capture footage of him chasing a sludge monster through the city. After a brief detour into the sewer system, the drone caught up just in time to record All Might rescuing a young boy from the monster's grasp. They landed on a rooftop, but the boy clung to All Might, leading to a brief struggle before they descended. The drone's audio picked up their conversation. The boy expressed his desire to become a hero, despite lacking powers. What happened next shocked both the boy and the man watching. All Might's imposing figure seemed to deflate, revealing a frail and sickly man. The observer recalled learning about All Might's injuries from a secret battle 5 years prior, sparking his interest in the situation. When All Might delivered his answer, stating that one could not become a hero without a quirk, the boy visibly crumbled. The man watching could almost feel the boy's pain and sadness. After All Might left through the rooftop door, the boy collapsed to his knees, sobbing for a while before finally departing. The man contemplated the young boy, reflecting on the moment when dreams were taken away and the helplessness that accompanied it. Then he noticed something amiss. Zooming in on All Might's pocket, he realized the bottle used to contain the sludge monster was missing. Reversing the footage, he saw the bottle drop from All Might's pocket as he soared through the sky with the boy. This could lead to trouble. The man pressed a hidden button under his desk, causing a wall behind him to part, revealing a small opening. He stepped through, the wall closing behind him. The fire blazed in the street as the heroes and emergency teams worked tirelessly to contain the situation. They struggled to get close, and the villain's quirk made it too fluid and slippery to handle. To make matters worse, he had taken a hostage. Explosions erupted from within the creature, having little effect on it. The boy was desperately trying to free himself, but the monster's strength was overwhelming. The heroes hesitated, fearing for the boy's safety, while others, like Mount Lady, were physically unable to approach. The situation was dire and time was running out for the boy. The fire continued to intensify, and ominous thunder rolled across the sky above the heroes, growing louder by the minute. A civilian pointed toward the sky, drawing the heroes' attention. They looked up to see a small, jet-black aircraft approaching rapidly. "What is that?" Death Arms exclaimed, his voice filled with concern. "Is it one of ours?" Kamui Woods, the arbor hero, replied that he had never seen it before. Suddenly, a projectile shot out from the aircraft toward the monster and its hostage. Startled, the creature attempted to swat it away, but the projectile lodged itself in the appendage it had used. In an instant, it exploded into ice, which began to spread throughout the villain's body, causing it to panic. As the creature tried to break free from the ice, it found that touching it only caused more ice to form on its appendages. Another shot rang out, and a large wire embedded itself deeply into the creature, grasping the boy and pulling him away from the monster's clutches. The creature roared in frustration as its hostage was taken from it, desperately trying to retrieve him. But the ice continued to spread rapidly, and realizing it would soon be encased, the creature decided to flee. It slithered away quickly, disappearing into an open manhole. "What was that?" Death Arms asked, astonished. Just then a dark figure approached them. It was a tall, muscular man dressed in a thick, dark gray suit with a black cape billowing behind him, adorned with a large bat-like symbol across his chest. His cowl obscured most of his face, and he carried the boy in his arms as he walked past the heroes toward the waiting ambulance. In the following weeks, Izuku faced significant challenges. His demeanor had shifted dramatically. The timid, shy boy was replaced by someone more aggressive and angry. Classmates who teased him for being quirkless found themselves on the receiving end of his frustration, resulting in unexpected confrontations. This change in behavior shocked both students and teachers alike, as it was so unlike Izuku. "You need to shape up, young man," his teacher scolded after another fight. Izuku had taken a beating from a student with a strong quirk. Despite his knowledge of hero combat, he hadn't practiced it often enough. "How do you expect to get into UA if you are labeled a delinquent?" the teacher continued. Izuku remained silent, having given up on his dream of attending UA. Even if he managed to get in, he felt he wouldn't be able to keep up with the other students. He felt out of reach. Uraraka had been texting him periodically, and their friendship had become a bright spot in his life. She shared her plans to apply to the UA High Hero program upon graduation, encouraging him to do the same, but he always let the conversation drop. Izuku still carried the weight of guilt for Kaken's death. He felt trapped, unable to share his feelings without risking All Might's secret. Bitterly, he thought about how All Might had crushed his dreams and failed to save Kaken. Yet, despite his anger, he kept quiet. His mother was worried sick, and he felt guilty for the distress he was causing her. He couldn't pretend to be the happy child he once was. He had changed. When he told her he no longer wanted to be a hero, she was shocked. She tried to discuss his fights at school and Kaken's death, but Izuku would shut down. He knew her concern was genuine, but he felt lost, believing his life was over before it even began. One day, he heard his mother call for him. Sighing, he got up from his bed and walked toward the living room. To his surprise, she was not alone. A man in an expensive suit sat across from her. He appeared to be a foreigner, likely American. As Izuku entered the room, the man stood. "Izuku," his mother introduced him. "This is Bruce Wayne. He's a businessman from America." "A pleasure," Wayne said, extending his hand, but Izuku did not take it. He asked plainly what the meeting was about. "Don't be rude," his mother scolded gently. "That's quite all right, Miss Midoriya," Wayne replied, speaking impeccable Japanese. He was tall and had a powerful build beneath his suit. His demeanor was friendly, but there was an intensity in his eyes that suggested great strength. He sat back down on the couch. "I appreciate straightforwardness," he said, reaching into a briefcase and pulling out pamphlets to hand to Izuku and his mother. "The reason I came," Wayne explained, "is that my company, Wayne Enterprises, represents the Martha Wayne Foundation, which funds various special interest projects, artistic ventures, hospitals, research, and more. The Martha Wayne Foundation also supports schools for the gifted. Specifically, we are a significant benefactor of UA High School, the premier hero academy in the nation. Izuku narrowed his eyes as Wayne continued, explaining that he had the opportunity to sponsor a potential student of his choice to attend UA High. Wayne's gaze locked onto Izuku's, conveying a sense of determination and possibility. Izuku felt overwhelmed by the unexpected opportunity presented to him. He couldn't understand why this stranger wanted to sponsor him. Just as he was beginning to move past the pain of not being a hero, this man appeared, offering him a chance that felt tantalizing yet unattainable. After a moment of contemplation, Izuku managed to express his doubts. He believed he was not the right fit for sponsorship, pointing out that many others at his school were far more qualified. Wayne, the stranger, mentioned that Izuku had recently intervened in a mugging, demonstrating bravery by rushing in to help someone in danger. He believed this act made Izuku uniquely qualified for the opportunity. Izuku sighed, clarifying that it was his friend Uraraka who had actually stopped the attacker, while he merely distracted the assailant. Izuku met Wayne's gaze with determination, but Wayne remained steadfast. Izuku questioned whether this was a publicity stunt, suggesting that Wayne would be better off sponsoring someone genuinely interested in becoming a hero, someone with a quirk. His mother, shocked by his response, insisted that this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance and urged him to reconsider. Izuku, however, remained firm in his stance, stating that those without quirks had no place as heroes. He turned to leave, but Wayne stopped him, expressing that he believed anyone could be a hero, regardless of their abilities. Izuku pulled away, reiterating his belief that heroes needed quirks. He walked back to his room, leaving his mother distressed and explaining to Wayne that Izuku had recently lost a close friend to a villain, which had deeply affected him. Later, Izuku faced a stern reprimand from his mother, who was heartbroken over his rejection of the opportunity. She questioned his behavior, reminding him of his dreams of becoming a hero. Despite her pleas, Izuku remained unyielding, feeling that he had grown disillusioned with the idea of heroism. His mother, frustrated, left his room, leaving Izuku to grapple with his feelings. He understood her anger but felt she could not grasp the depth of his turmoil. Fate had dealt him a harsh hand, fueling his desire to be a hero while denying him the means to achieve it. Even the symbol of peace had dismissed his dreams as unrealistic. The arrival of Bruce Wayne with a sponsorship offer felt like cruel irony, a reminder of everything he could never attain. Overwhelmed, Izuku turned to his room, filled with memorabilia of All Might, the hero he had idolized. Once a source of inspiration, these items now only served as painful reminders of his unfulfilled aspirations. In a fit of frustration, he tore down the posters and packed away the action figures, determined to rid himself of the pain they caused him. He took the box to the dumpster behind his house, seeking closure. As he dropped the box into the dumpster, he felt a moment of satisfaction. However, just as he turned to leave, he noticed an All Might figure peeking out from the top. The sight of it struck him hard, reminding him of the dreams he had cherished. It felt like the end of an era, and the weight of his decisions settled heavily on him. In a surge of anger, he slammed the lid of the dumpster shut, startling a few nearby cats. He had finally rid himself of the remnants of his past, convinced that it was time to move on. Then, a voice emerged from the shadows, commenting on his thoughts about All Might. Startled, Izuku turned to see a large figure emerging from the darkness. The man was imposing, towering over 6 feet tall, with a muscular build accentuated by a dark gray bodysuit that resembled armor. His combat boots and gloves were black, and he wore a flowing cape that added to his intimidating presence. A symbol resembling a bat adorned his chest, one that Izuku vaguely recognized. As the figure approached, Izuku felt a mix of fear and curiosity, unsure of what this encounter would bring. He stopped at Izuku's feet and folded his arms, as if expecting Izuku to do something. After a moment of silence, the man spoke in a deep, gravelly voice that resonated within Izuku. It was quiet, yet it sent a shiver down his spine, reminiscent of the voice one might associate with the Grim Reaper. Izuku racked his brain, trying to find an answer, but fear held him back. After studying the symbol on the man's chest, he finally managed to speak. He mentioned that he had heard stories about this figure but wasn't sure if he was real. Most of those stories, the man replied, were told by criminals to fuel their fear. He introduced himself as Batman, declaring that he was vengeance, the knight incarnate, and justice itself. Izuku, still in disbelief, wondered why he was standing just a few feet away from a legend. Few claimed to have seen Batman, and their accounts varied widely. Some said he vanished into a swarm of bats, while others claimed he moved faster than lightning in the shadows. One man even insisted that he had fired an entire clip of bullets at Batman, only to find it ineffective. Batman considered Izuku for a moment and remarked that since he was a small boy, he had dreamed of being a hero. This surprised Izuku. How could this dark figure know such personal details about him? He felt a mix of confusion and curiosity about what this hero from America wanted with him. Batman continued, noting that it seemed Izuku had given up on that dream, pointing to the All Might merchandise he had discarded. Izuku was taken aback, struggling to comprehend. He insisted that he didn't want to be a hero. Batman raised an eyebrow, his expression shifting slightly beneath his cowl. He revealed a small device that projected a hologram of Izuku and Uraraka in a dangerous situation with a knife-wielding criminal. He commented on Izuku's brash actions, stating that despite his lack of a quirk, he had acted to save someone in distress. Izuku was stunned. How had Batman obtained that footage? He had been so focused on the situation that he hadn't noticed anything unusual. Batman continued, asserting that Izuku's actions contradicted his claim of not wanting to be a hero. Izuku tried to downplay his actions, insisting that anyone would have done the same. Batman countered that most would have sought help instead of rushing into danger. Annoyance began to replace Izuku's fear as he questioned why he had to justify himself to this stranger. Batman explained that Izuku's actions demonstrated a desire to help others, regardless of his lack of a quirk. This revelation left Izuku momentarily speechless. Batman then displayed a file with Izuku's information, revealing his background and confirming that he had no quirk. The knowledge sent a chill down Izuku's spine. Frustrated, Izuku demanded to know what Batman wanted from him. Batman acknowledged his anger, suggesting it was a good sign. Confused, Izuku questioned how anger could be good and pressed for answers about why Batman had information on him. As Batman stepped closer, Izuku felt a surge of fear but stood his ground, raising his fists defensively. Batman assured him he meant no harm and offered him his notebook. Despite the anger he felt when he had discarded it, receiving it back undamaged was a small comfort. Batman praised Izuku's analytical abilities, ignoring his question about how he acquired the notebook. Flipping through the pages, Izuku's eyes landed on All Might's signature, reigniting feelings of bitterness within him. He ultimately declared that wanting to be a hero no longer mattered, especially since he lacked a quirk. Batman challenged him, asking whether it was Izuku or All Might speaking. Izuku's heart raced. If Batman knew what All Might had said to him, he might also know All Might's secret. Despite the urge to speak, he remained silent. Batman did not press further, instead questioning what was stopping Izuku from pursuing his dreams now. Memories of Kachin flooded Izuku's mind, making him feel sick. He fought back tears as he expressed his belief that he didn't deserve to be a hero, feeling incapable of saving anyone. Batman acknowledged that not everyone could be saved. Izuku trembled, guilt weighing heavily on him. He quietly posed a haunting question: what if someone had died because of Batman's actions? Batman listened intently, tilting his head slightly, waiting for Izuku to elaborate. That would mean that Izuku wasn't meant to be a hero, right? Batman observed him closely and noted the turmoil within. Something had indeed happened. This time, Izuku remained silent, feeling as though his heart might burst from his chest. His throat tightened, and despite his efforts, tears began to form in his eyes. He felt a heavy presence on his shoulder and looked up to see the massive, gloved hand of Batman. The Dark Knight was looking down at him with what seemed like compassion and understanding. Batman encouraged Izuku not to fight his emotions, urging him to feel his pain, own it, and master it. Overwhelmed, Izuku dropped to his knees, tears streaming down his face as the weight of his guilt and sorrow poured out through his sobs. He lamented that it was all his fault, believing that if it weren't for him, his friend Kaken would still be alive. He recalled how All Might had told him he couldn't be a hero without a quirk and that he should give up. The monster that had caused so much pain was still out there, and he felt responsible for it all. Batman allowed Izuku to express his grief before lifting him back to his feet. He explained that a hero's life was intertwined with tragedy, an unavoidable aspect of the mission. While Izuku couldn't undo the past, he could use it to grow stronger. Batman then posed a question that ignited a flicker of hope within Izuku. What if he could bring Kaken's murderer to justice? Izuku could hardly believe it was possible. Batman told him that the path forward was up to him and whether he was prepared to do what was necessary. He handed Izuku a device from his belt, a smartphone unlike any he had seen before. Batman instructed him to keep it on him at all times, assuring him that they would be in touch when the time was right. As Batman stepped back and began to walk away, Izuku called out, asking when the time would come. Batman glanced back, revealing a device that fired a long cable, allowing him to disappear into the night, leaving Izuku alone with his thoughts. For the first time since his conversation with All Might, Izuku felt a small ray of hope shining in his heart. A week had passed since his encounter with Batman. If it weren't for the device he carried, he might have thought it was all a dream. Although uncertain about what lay ahead, he felt he was moving in the right direction and sensed he was about to embark on the most challenging journey of his life. Izuku waited patiently for Batman to contact him through the device. It resembled a simple smartphone but seemed connected to a special network rather than the regular cell phone carriers in the city. He had explored it a little but was cautious not to mess anything up, so he mostly left it alone. He couldn't shake the last thing Batman had said, "You, Izuku Midoriya, will become a hero. That I promise." For the first time, he felt validated, knowing someone believed in him and was willing to guide him on his path to becoming a hero. He could hardly contain his excitement. During study hall, Izuku felt his phone vibrating. He initially thought it was a text from Uraraka, but it continued vibrating, indicating an incoming call. He glanced down at his backpack and froze, realizing the phone was in the front pouch. The ringing persisted in his pocket. This was it, the call. Izuku stood up abruptly, informing his startled teacher that he needed to go to the bathroom. He rushed into the hall, found a secluded spot, and took a deep breath. His hands trembled as he pulled the phone from his pocket. Batman's symbol lit up the screen as it rang. Hardly daring to breathe, he answered. A voice greeted him, not the gruff tone he expected, but rather a respectful and formal one with a British accent. The man addressed him as Master Midoriya, confirming his identity. Stunned, Izuku replied affirmatively. The man informed him that he would arrive promptly after school to take him to meet his benefactor and instructed him to look for a limousine. The call ended, leaving Izuku dumbfounded and bursting with questions. Who was this man? Could he be trusted? Izuku reasoned that since the man was calling on this line, he must know Batman. He hadn't realized Batman had partners. After a moment, he noticed people in the hall staring at him, having caught him muttering to himself. Blushing, he decided to hold his questions until after school and resolved to call his mother to let her know he would be staying late to avoid worrying her. As he started to walk back to class, he paused, recalling the mention of a limousine. Anxiously, Izuku walked through the courtyard, scanning for his contact. He knew he was looking for a foreigner with a limousine, a sight not often seen in this part of the city. However, he saw no one yet, feeling confused and nervous about what training with Batman would entail. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts, addressing him as Master Midoriya. Izuku jumped and turned around to find a tall man in a fine suit, complete with white gloves and wing-tipped shoes. The man had a grandfatherly appearance, with a wrinkled face, gray mustache, and balding hair, but his piercing blue eyes behind spectacles held a kind warmth. He smiled at Izuku. Izuku, still startled, expressed his surprise at how people kept sneaking up on him. The man apologized, attributing it to the nature of his work with someone who dressed like a flying rodent. He introduced himself as Alfred Pennyworth, at Izuku's service. Izuku began to address him formally, but Alfred interrupted, insisting that just Alfred would suffice. What exactly is going on? Izuku wondered, feeling a mix of confusion and anticipation. Alfred, with a knowing smile, assured him that all would be revealed once they reached their destination. He gestured for Izuku to follow him. As Izuku approached the limousine parked outside the school, he felt a wave of self-consciousness wash over him. Students and passers-by, some from his class, stared as he walked by. He could only imagine the barrage of questions they would have for him the next day, and he felt unprepared to answer them. Once inside the limousine, Izuku was taken aback by the luxurious interior. The leather seats were plush, and there was ample legroom. A built-in television, telephone, and mini fridge added to the opulence, while the air conditioning provided a refreshing relief from the hot, humid day. The carpet beneath his shoes felt soft and inviting. Although he had never experienced such luxury before, he understood that many pro-heroes, like All Might, enjoyed the finer things in life thanks to their popularity and successful ventures. The ride lasted about 20 minutes, taking them to Uptown Kamino. Alfred guided him into a large office building, where a security guard nodded them through. They entered the elevator, and Alfred swiped a keycard before pressing the button for the penthouse office. When the elevator doors opened, they were greeted by a long, dimly lit hallway lined with windows that offered a breathtaking view of the city. Alfred led Izuku to a pair of grand double doors, which he opened to reveal an extravagant office. The decor was minimal yet elegant, featuring a large desk, 2 couches, an armchair, and several paintings that hinted at their high value. Behind the desk sat a figure obscured by the computer screen. Clearing his throat, Alfred announced Izuku's arrival. Bruce Wayne stood up, a smile spreading across his face as he observed Izuku's astonishment. Alfred bowed and excused himself, leaving the two alone. Izuku felt a mix of confusion and curiosity as he tried to process the situation. Wayne remained silent, leaning casually against the desk, watching Izuku grapple with his thoughts. After a moment, Izuku finally spoke, expressing his confusion about Wayne's presence and the purpose of their meeting. Wayne assured him that he would soon find out. He moved behind his desk and pressed a hidden button, causing a section of the wall to slide open, revealing a dark corridor. He gestured for Izuku to follow as he walked down the passageway. At the end of the corridor, they reached a large metal cage elevator. As they approached, the doors opened, revealing only 2 buttons, up and down. Wayne pressed the down button, and they began their descent. The journey felt lengthy, though it was likely only a few minutes. As the elevator descended, Izuku sensed they were going deeper underground. Finally, the elevator came to a shuddering stop, and the doors swung open to reveal a dimly lit space that resembled an empty warehouse. Wayne strode forward confidently, while Izuku followed hesitantly. Izuku felt a wave of nausea as he found himself on the ground, his body trembling. He was overwhelmed, struggling to comprehend the intensity of his training. It had been nearly 8 months since he began, and each night brought a new challenge. He pushed his body to its limits with rigorous weight training, machine exercises, and acrobatics. Wayne would fire rubber projectiles at him from mounted turrets, forcing him to hone his reflexes and agility. He recalled Wayne's words about focusing on the trajectory of the projectiles rather than attempting to dodge them, a lesson he learned through painful experience. To test his problem-solving skills, Wayne would place him in various scenarios, each designed to challenge him. One room was filled with obstacles he had to navigate, while another had him handcuffed to a fixture, needing to escape as water filled the room. The warehouse was more extensive than he had anticipated, with multiple bunkers simulating emergency situations. He faced animatronic foes in combat scenarios, each programmed with different fighting styles, and participated in search and rescue drills for various disasters. In addition to physical training, Wayne subjected him to intense mental conditioning. Izuku analyzed his performance in simulated scenarios and studied police files and criminal cases. The subjects were challenging, but he found he had a knack for these exercises, even as Wayne introduced red herrings to test his focus. Over time, Izuku noticed his mental and emotional sharpness improving. His combat skills flourished under Wayne's guidance. He learned various martial arts and combat techniques, mastering an array of weapons from batons to knives, though firearms were strictly off-limits. Wayne also emphasized the importance of education, tutoring Izuku in numerous subjects, including science, technology, and criminology. With Alfred's assistance in his schoolwork, Izuku's grades soared, and he found himself absorbing knowledge at an impressive rate. Bruce was also instructing him on the practical applications of the gadgets he would use in the field, preparing him for the challenges that lay ahead. Most of the devices were not conventional items one could find at any electronics store. They were unique tools designed specifically for Batman's crusade. There were both offensive and defensive items, used to subdue an opponent or counteract villain abilities, batsuits with various protective armors, suits that adapted to different environmental situations such as cold or heat, batarangs of various sizes and functionalities designed to stun or disarm an opponent, and an array of gadgets including explosives, glue grenades, smoke pellets, and grapple hooks. Izuku had grown quite adept at using these tools. His natural tactical analysis skills allowed him to creatively employ the gadgets in unorthodox ways, which impressed Bruce immensely. Since Izuku faced an inherent disadvantage against superpowered adversaries, mastering these tools would help level the playing field and even turn the tide in dire situations. Much to his surprise, Izuku realized he was particularly skilled with explosives. He supposed he shouldn't have been too shocked, as he had observed and experienced Kaken's explosive quirk throughout his life. Batman kept a vast array of explosive materials: grenades, C4, plastic explosives, smoke bombs, exploding batarangs, and an experimental explosive gel that delivered its payload from a device reminiscent of a paint gun. Studying explosives took on a deeper meaning for Izuku. He felt he was keeping Kaken's memory alive and owed it to his former friend to develop this proficiency. Over the months, Izuku came to understand Bruce and Alfred a little better. Bruce was, for the most part, distant and aloof. He rarely smiled and was always working. He was a strict taskmaster during training but not heartless. He encouraged and supported Izuku, albeit sparingly, and genuinely cared for his well-being. Alfred, on the other hand, was much gentler and kinder. Although he was Bruce's protege, Izuku spent most of his time with Alfred outside of training, as Bruce was often busy. Alfred took a strong interest in Izuku and his studies, always there to help him recover after each grueling training session. He was fiercely loyal to Bruce and often acted in a fatherly manner towards Izuku rather than that of an employee. Despite their difference in status, it was clear that Bruce respected and cared for Alfred, seeing him as an equal. Alfred usually took Izuku to school and returned him home after training. He spent so much time with Izuku that the boy's mother had grown quite fond of the kindly old Alfred. Whenever he visited, he would immediately offer his assistance, whether it was with cleaning, laundry, or cooking. His sense of humor and charming demeanor always made her smile. They often shared stories from their youth, discussing raising Bruce and Izuku or exchanging housekeeping tips. Back at the warehouse, Izuku struggled to get to his feet. His training had intensified over the past months, and it was only getting harder. Most specifically, Izuku was testing his fighting prowess against an even more formidable foe, the Batman himself. And he was losing badly. Bruce, arms folded, urged Izuku to get up after 3 hours of sparring without landing a single hit. He reminded Izuku that if this were a real fight, he would be defeated. Despite his legs feeling like jelly and the pain suggesting some broken bones, Izuku stood ready to fight. Bruce encouraged him to stay on his feet this time and advanced. Izuku leaped into the air, attempting to gain a vantage point above to strike, but Bruce was prepared and sidestepped the attack. With a swift movement, Bruce's kick connected to the back of Izuku's head, sending him back to the ground. At first, all Izuku could see were colors, but gradually, his vision faded as he drifted into unconsciousness. Izuku was slowly coming back to reality, the voices of Alfred and Bruce arguing in the background. Alfred expressed concern, urging Bruce not to push Izuku too hard. He understood the importance of the UA entrance exam for both Izuku and Bruce, but he insisted that Izuku needed rest after being overworked. As Izuku began to regain his senses, he groaned and tried to sit up, but Alfred gently encouraged him to lie back down. Izuku was in a hospital bed within the warehouse, receiving care from Alfred. Though he felt drowsy and still had some lingering pain, he was overall feeling better. After injuring himself during training, he had been surprised to learn that Alfred possessed a healing quirk. When Izuku had broken his wrist, Alfred had simply held it, and warmth spread through the injury until it was completely healed. Alfred explained that he had once been a soldier in the British military, using his quirk to save lives as a field medic, and it had also been helpful in assisting Bruce after tough missions. Despite Alfred's protests, Izuku pushed himself up onto his elbows. He weakly asserted that Bruce was right. He was already at a disadvantage for the exam due to being quirkless and needed to work harder. He stood up, steadying himself as his legs felt weak. He expressed his determination to not only get into UA but to excel and prove that being quirkless did not make him any less of a hero. Alfred glanced at Bruce, who regarded Izuku with a small, approving smile. He assured Izuku that he was ready to take his skills to the next level with only a month left until the exam. As he turned to leave, he advised Izuku to get some sleep, emphasizing the importance of being strong for the challenges ahead. Later that night in Kamino Ward, a black sedan sped through the nearly empty streets. Inside were two men, the driver, a scruffy man with a large scar, and a boy dressed in a frayed black hoodie and cargo shorts. The boy fidgeted nervously in his seat, feeling out of place. Bruce, focused on the road, reassured the boy not to be scared. Izuku, however, felt anxious about their destination. Upon arriving at the warehouse, he was surprised to see Bruce dressed as a homeless thug and was instructed to do the same. Bruce explained that it was better for them to remain anonymous, as they were headed to a place where he could gain practical combat experience. When Izuku asked where they were going, Bruce simply replied, "The underground." Izuku had heard of this illegal fighting ring, notorious for its lack of rules and the brutal nature of its matches. It was a place he never imagined he would find himself, and now he was going to fight. Bruce explained that people viewed Izuku as disadvantaged due to his lack of a quirk. He needed to test himself against those who were naturally stronger. It was only by facing seemingly impossible situations that he would surpass his limits. They parked in a covered structure and took an elevator down to the basement. As the elevator doors opened, Izuku was hit by the sounds and smells of the underground. The loud music mixed with the cheers of the crowd, and the air was thick with smoke and alcohol. The crowd was a mix of various unsavory characters, and in the center of the room, two fighters were engaged in a match. One was a lanky man using a stretching quirk, struggling against a burly opponent with a strength-type quirk. The crowd roared as the struggle unfolded, and Izuku felt a mix of excitement and apprehension. He wished he had brought his notebook to analyze the quirks he was witnessing. After a moment, he noticed that Bruce had moved away to speak with two intimidating men at a folding table. Bruce gestured toward Izuku, and after a brief conversation, he handed over a large stack of money. When Bruce returned, he informed Izuku that he would be fighting next. Izuku's stomach twisted at the realization that he would be stepping into the ring so soon. Sensing his unease, Bruce placed a reassuring hand on Izuku's shoulder. "Every chain has a weak link," Bruce instructed, pushing him into the ring without another word. A stout man with a flushed face stood in the center of the ring, microphone in hand. He shouted for everyone to place their bets for the next fight, his speech slurred from drink. Returning for his 10th match, the 7-3 win contender, give it up for Roadkill. Izuku's opponent faced him, and the crowd erupted in applause as Izuku studied him. The man was tall and scrappy-looking, heavily muscled with a scarred, weasel-like face twisted into a sneer aimed at Izuku. His hands were wrapped in white tape, and his knuckles appeared unusually large. Izuku noted this as a potential quirk and resolved to avoid his fists. "And making his underground debut," the announcer continued, "and it will undoubtedly be his last time in the ring, give it up for Death Wish." The crowd's reaction was mixed. Some cheered while others booed, demanding a real fight. Izuku raised his fists in a fighting stance, his legs trembling as he fought to suppress his fear. The bell rang. Roadkill charged at Izuku without hesitation, his fists raised and shouting wildly. Izuku's instincts kicked in, and he began to dodge the incoming punches. Roadkill swung a haymaker at Izuku's head, which he ducked under, But Roadkill anticipated this and moved his knee into Izuku's chin, sending him backward. The crowd cheered as Izuku fell to the ground, clutching his face. Roadkill raised his hands in triumph, basking in the crowd's praise. He turned back to Izuku, showing his disdain. As Izuku slowly pulled his hands away from his face, he no longer resembled the scared boy from moments ago. He looked furious. He sprang back onto his hands and leaped to his feet, catching Roadkill off guard as he attempted to advance. This time, Izuku was ready, easily evading the next haymaker and grabbing Roadkill's arm, throwing him onto the hard cement. Roadkill lay there for a moment, winded, but quickly retaliated with a sweeping kick that knocked Izuku off his feet. He rolled on top of Izuku, attempting to land blows to force him into SBMson. However, Izuku caught Roadkill's fists and pulled him into a headbutt that connected with his nose. Roadkill howled in pain, clutching his face as he felt blood trickle beneath his fingers. Izuku seized the opportunity, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks that Roadkill struggled to defend against. The onslaught ended when Izuku threw Roadkill to the ground again, but this time he held onto his arm. With a firm stomp on Roadkill's shoulder and a sharp twist, he heard the satisfying sound of a break. Roadkill screamed, before rolling over and losing consciousness from the pain. The bell rang again. Izuku emerged victorious. The crowd erupted in excitement. Initially placed as the underdog, Izuku had turned the tide. Some celebrated their winnings, while others shouted in disbelief, claiming they had been cheated. One man, furious, pushed through the crowd. "That fight was fixed," he yelled. "No way this kid beat Roadkill." He tore off his shirt, ready to fight. "You and me, let's go." Izuku glanced at Bruce, who nodded with a slight smile. He raised his fists, unable to suppress his own grin. As the hours passed, Izuku continued to defeat contender after contender. The crowd's cheers grew louder, their earlier doubts about him fading away. They chanted his name in unison, "Death Wish! Death Wish! Death Wish!" Exhausted and sore, Izuku returned to Bruce, who placed a hand on his shoulder with an approving look. "Now," Bruce said, "you're ready." Principal Nizu greeted his staff cheerfully the next morning. One by one, the teachers of the UA Hero course entered the conference room, each finding a large manila envelope at their seats. As you know, this meeting is to review the new applicants for the Hero course. "We have a strong lineup this year," Midnight, the R-rated hero, remarked while sifting through the dossier. "Many powerful quirks." "Indeed," Nizu agreed. "There are also a few with special recommendations from active heroes. If you turn to page 15, you'll see one that stands out in particular." All Might, one of the last to take his seat, was in his depowered form and preferred not to draw attention to himself. Upon sitting down, he complied and turned to the specified page. However, upon seeing the name, he suddenly coughed violently, causing the staff to turn and look at him. "Everything all right, Toshinori?" Nizu asked, maintaining his cheerful tone. "Yes, everything is fine," All Might replied, wiping his mouth with a handkerchief. Looking over the file, he could hardly believe his eyes. "It's that kid," he thought, recalling the painful memories of their encounter on the rooftop. He had replayed their conversation in his mind, regretting that he had been too blunt. He wished he could have offered encouragement before the boy left, but he felt he had only made things worse. Ultimately, he realized it was better to have warned him now than to let him face danger unprepared. But the boy had apparently not heeded his advice. "Izuku Midoriya," Nizu announced, reading from the file. "He will be the first student to take the UA entrance exam without a quirk." The atmosphere in the room shifted abruptly. "Are you serious?" Vlad King, the blood hero, exclaimed. "Does he have some sort of a death wish?" "I agree," Midnight added. "This year's exam is the hardest yet. We can't, in good conscience, let him attempt it. He's only going to get himself hurt." "And even if he did pass the exam," Cementos chimed in, "he would have a near impossible time keeping up with the material and the other students." Nizu understood the concerns and attempted to quiet the room. He believed that Midoriya would have no trouble with the exam or the material at UA. In fact, he firmly believed that Midoriya would be an excellent addition to the hero course. "Snipe," the cowboy-like hero, expressed his skepticism, questioning what made Nizu so sure. Nizu replied that Midoriya was being sponsored by Batman. All Might had to stifle another cough as he and the other teachers turned to the source of the voice. Shoyurezawa, known as Eraserhead, remained focused on the dossier while discussing Midoriya. Vlad rolled his eyes, doubting the validity of Wayne sponsoring a student, suggesting it might be a fundraising gimmick. Aizawa coolly dismissed this notion, pointing out that if anyone had read the file, they would see that Midoriya was not only sponsored by UA's largest benefactor but had also been personally trained by him. Aizawa listed Midoriya's impressive skills, including aptitude in multiple martial arts, expertise with various weapons, advanced technical knowledge, demolitions experience, and combat and search and rescue operations. He noted that all of this training had occurred over just 9 months. All Might sifted through his own file on Midoriya, confirming that he was indeed Batman's new protégé. The teachers began chattering among themselves, astonished by the information. They expressed disbelief that someone could achieve so much in such a short time, speculating that Midoriya must be a genius. Present Mike, the DJ hero, remarked on the rumors surrounding Batman, admitting he had never met him in person. Aizawa explained that Batman was feared in the criminal underground in America for good reason. He detailed Batman's contributions as UA's largest private benefactor, noting that his donations accounted for nearly 40% of UA's funding, amounting to billions each year. He had been a hero longer than any of them and was a founding member of the Justice League of America. Batman funded his hero work entirely out of his own pocket, choosing to operate from the shadows, relying on espionage and subterfuge. Despite this, he had been credited with taking down some of the most dangerous villains and was known as one of the most brilliant tacticians, if not the most dangerous man on the planet, according to Superman. Midnight playfully teased Aizawa about his admiration for Batman, but Aizawa simply stated that he respected his methods. All Might, however, disagreed, surprising everyone who had momentarily forgotten he was present. He expressed his disapproval of Batman's methods, describing him as a violent vigilante who relied on fear and excessive force, often leaving criminals with severe injuries. He believed Batman had no respect for modern heroes and their work. Snipe asked if All Might had ever met Batman, to which All Might replied that he had encountered him once during his training in America. He recalled the experience with a shudder. During that time, he had accompanied David Shield to Gotham for a meeting, and while investigating an explosion he had mistakenly attacked Batman, thinking he was a villain. It was only after being subdued that he learned the truth. All Might reflected on how quickly Batman had taken him down, acknowledging that he was as formidable as his reputation suggested. Over the years, All Might had learned more about Batman's career, which was filled with challenges and danger. He was shocked to discover that Batman trained others to be as skilled and relentless as he was. And now Midoriya was his next student. Nizu concluded that despite not having a quirk, Midoriya was a strong candidate for enrollment. UA had always been a progressive school, looking forward into the future. It was decided that removing the quirk requirement for the hero course would open new avenues for those who had been underserved. As a representative of that minority, they felt it was essential to give Midoriya the same opportunity. The teachers nodded in agreement and continued with the meeting, grappling with the confusion of Batman training a boy who had once been deemed unfit to be a hero without a quirk. This was more than a big coincidence, and All Might did not believe in coincidences. He was very interested to see Midoriya's performance in the entrance exam and hoped that he would not get hurt. It was the day before the UA entrance exam. Under the tutelage of Batman, the past 9 months had flown by. Izuku had gained a lot more confidence in himself and his abilities, especially after his performance in the underground. He had looked at himself in the mirror the day before and was amazed at how much he had grown physically. His once weak and skinny body had transformed into a larger, muscular frame. He was no longer the quirkless weakling he had been 9 months ago. However, all his hopes and dreams were riding on this exam, and he had never felt more nervous in his life. Bruce had informed Izuku early on that he would still take the entrance exam, despite sponsoring him for UA. He explained that the exam was a culmination of everything Izuku had learned up to that point. Unless the examiners saw for themselves what he could do, they would doubt his ability to be a hero. Izuku agreed with Bruce. He understood that if he were accepted based solely on a recommendation, without demonstrating a flashy quirk, he would be looked down upon for attending UA without earning it. He wanted to prove to everyone that he deserved to be there just as much as anyone else, but that did little to ease the fear he felt. Arriving at the warehouse that day, Izuku found Bruce leaning over a table with 5 items on it: a grapple gun, a pack of batarangs, a pair of combat gloves, and a small canister of explosive gel. Bruce nodded in Izuku's direction, his customary greeting. He acknowledged that the entrance exam was tomorrow and noted that Izuku had exceeded his expectations during training. However, he cautioned Izuku not to let that go to his head, as there was still much to learn and time was short, requiring them to cut a few corners. Izuku nodded, amazed at how much he had learned but aware that it was only the beginning of what Batman had to teach him. Bruce continued, explaining that the UA review board for the hero course allowed students to use support items if deemed necessary. This was usually determined on a case-by-case basis, depending on the student's abilities. Since Izuku did not have a quirk, he had been permitted to use support items of his own. Izuku felt conflicted. On one hand, he was relieved to be able to use the items he had become accustomed to, which would greatly increase his chances of success in the exam. On the other hand, it felt like a handicap, and that did not sit well with him. Once again, he felt singled out for his perceived lack of ability. Bruce seemed to sense his thoughts. He explained that Izuku's goal in the exam was not just to pass but to show everyone that there was more to him than being quirkless. His strength and abilities came from within, not from powers, gadgets, or trickery. Therefore, he would go into the exam using only the items on the table. Bruce emphasized that these were not an inexhaustible supply, just as it would be in the field, and Izuku would need to make effective use of them. This would also teach him to be adaptive and utilize his surroundings to turn the tide in his favor. Bruce's description made the exam sound like just another training exercise, which helped ease Izuku's anxiety a little. Suddenly, Bruce instructed Izuku to follow him, walking away from the table of items. They ascended in the elevator, which continued past the top office where Izuku usually exited. He was unaware that there was a floor above Bruce's office but remained silent as the elevator ride continued. The elevator opened to a large penthouse greeting room. Like Bruce's office, it was lavish but sparsely decorated with simple black leather furniture, an office table, and a hallway that Izuku assumed led to Bruce and Alfred's quarters. A few paintings adorned the walls, and several pillars held statues or eclectic art pieces. Alfred was waiting for them as they approached, dressed in his usual suit but without the coat, opting for a black apron instead. He smiled as Izuku and Bruce approached and remarked that he saw they were done with training early. He mentioned that he had just put on a pot of tea and prepared dinner. Izuku felt uncomfortable with Alfred waiting on him, as he was not used to being pampered, having grown up in a middle-class home. However, Alfred insisted that tomorrow was a big day, and Izuku needed a full belly and a good night's sleep for optimal performance. Smiling, Izuku relented, knowing that when it came to taking care of others, Alfred was as stubborn as Batman himself. The next day, Izuku stood at the gate of UA High School, trying to steady his breath. He had not slept a wink the night before, his nerves at an all-time high. Instead, he had spent most of the night researching his competition. UA had strong network security and detection software, so Izuku knew it would have been fruitless to try hacking their databases. However, the educational division of the government was lacking compared to UA's. They maintained a list of all the schools in the district, and Izuku had found the file of new applicants to the UA Hero course. There were many applicants, all with powerful quirks. Izuku knew he had his work cut out for him. Absently adjusting the belt on his school uniform, he felt the absence of his utility belt, which was in his backpack with his training suit. Bruce had always insisted that Izuku keep his utility belt within reach during training, and he had grown so accustomed to it that he felt incomplete without it. Steeling himself, he took his first step toward the school entrance when he was suddenly interrupted by a voice calling out to him. A flash of brown and pink rushed toward him, and he braced himself, expecting a hug, but she stopped short before reaching him. Her face was beaming with excitement as she expressed her happiness at seeing him. Izuku felt a surge of excitement, barely managing to sleep the night before. He noticed Uraraka's enthusiasm as they approached the entrance to UA. After a moment of silence, she turned to him, her voice filled with uncertainty. She asked if he was scared, not of the test, but of becoming a hero. Izuku was taken aback. Uraraka often spoke about her dreams of heroism with passion and determination. She had worked hard to develop her quirk and had many talents to support it. He had always believed she would excel at UA and become a top hero. Yet, beneath her confident exterior, he realized there was a deep-seated fear of not being good enough and the possibility of failure. Taking a deep breath, Izuku gazed at the imposing UA building. He decided it was time to share a truth he had kept hidden. He revealed to Uraraka that he was quirkless, a fact that shocked her. He recounted the devastation he felt upon learning he wouldn't receive a quirk, how it shattered his dreams of being a hero. He shared his experiences of being bullied and how he had idolized a hero from his childhood, only to be told that he couldn't be a hero without a quirk. Uraraka expressed her sympathy, but Izuku reassured her. He explained that despite the doubts that plagued him, someone had believed in him and taught him to believe in himself. He smiled brightly, declaring that if he, a quirkless individual, could strive to become a great hero, then she could too. They both resolved to give their best in the upcoming test. With renewed determination, Uraraka returned his smile, and together they entered UA High School, ready to face their destiny. In the auditorium, Present Mike, the school DJ, attempted to energize the crowd, but silence met his efforts. He quickly shifted gears, explaining the practical exam they were about to undertake. The students would engage in 10-minute mock battles against villain robots in urban settings. Izuku listened intently, taking notes as Mike detailed the types of robots they would face, each worth different points. Suddenly, a tall student with glasses stood up, questioning a discrepancy in the exam instructions. Izuku stifled a laugh at the student's seriousness. The student, Tenya Iida, pointed out that there were 4 types of villains listed, not 3, and demanded the best from UA, Japan's most prestigious school. Iida then directed his attention to Izuku, criticizing him for muttering during the briefing. Laughter erupted in the auditorium, but Izuku remained focused, recognizing Iida as a formidable contender with a prestigious background. Present Mike continued, clarifying that the 4th villain type was merely an obstacle, worth 0 points. Iida thanked him and returned to his seat, while Izuku resumed his notes, realizing the exam would be more challenging than expected. He felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of proving himself among such talented peers. As the moment drew closer, Izuku rubbed his gloved hands together, trying to shake off the knot in his stomach, ready to embrace the challenge ahead. The group had dismissed from the auditorium to change and prepare for the practical exam. As they stood by the large gates outside the faux urban site of the exam, Izuku took the opportunity to assess his competition. Most of the students wore simple workout clothes, while some had special gear that likely enhanced their quirks. He recognized several faces from the files he studied the night before, including Tenya Iida. They possessed strong quirks, and he knew they would be formidable opponents. Izuku was also searching for Uraraka. They had separated to change out of their uniforms, but he knew she was in the same testing center and wanted to ensure she was doing well. Finally, he spotted her performing breathing exercises, likely trying to calm her nerves. As he began to approach her, a large hand landed on his shoulder, halting him. Turning around, Izuku saw Tenya standing over him, clad in a blue cyclist suit. His expression remained stern and authoritative, just as it had been during the presentation in the auditorium. Tenya glanced at Uraraka and then back at Izuku. "She seems focused on the trials ahead," Tenya remarked. "Are you planning to distract her and jeopardize her chances of success?" Izuku had reached his limit. He shrugged off Iida's hand, causing Tenya's eyes to widen in surprise. He spoke sharply, asserting himself. "Listen, friend, let go of me. Who do you think you are?" Iida placed his hands on his hips, looking offended. "Really now, there is no need to be so." Izuku interrupted, his tone firm. "You seem to think you're in charge and have targeted me. But trust me, that's a mistake." He turned his head away from Iida, expressing his disdain. I would expect the brother of Ingenium to have more class than this. Iida's expression shifted from annoyance to shock. How? He stammered. I've worked too hard and sacrificed too much to get here, Izuku replied, ignoring the question. Stay out of my way. Now, see here, Iida began indignantly, but his words were drowned out by a loud, booming voice. Present Mike stood atop the tall gates, waving his arms. Right, let's start, he shouted. Get moving. There are no countdowns in real battles. Run, listeners. You're wasting airtime here. Izuku wasted no time. As the group began to run, he pulled his grapple gun from his belt, glancing back at Iida, who remained still. Try to keep up, Speedy, he said, and with that, a cable shot from the grapple gun, propelling Izuku into the battlefield. The momentum from the grapple gun launched Izuku past its anchor point. He flipped through the air, landing swiftly on his feet and breaking into a sprint. His acrobatic training had paid off. In the distance, he heard explosions and other loud sounds. Students had already engaged the faux villains. With only 10 minutes to score as many points as possible, he couldn't afford to waste time running aimlessly through the streets. He lifted his arm and grappled upward toward a building rooftop. Once atop it, he surveyed his surroundings. Several robots roamed the streets, moving along preset routes. Izuku deduced that they were programmed to follow these paths and engage once their sensors detected biosignatures, such as body heat. This gave him an idea. Leaping from rooftop to rooftop, he moved in the opposite direction of the students and the robots they were battling. While they fought on the ground, it was likely that all the robots were concentrated in that area. Izuku noticed several untouched robots patrolling a distance away from the chaos of the other applicants. It was time to utilize his equipment. Taking several batarangs from his belt, he began to set his trap. The robot continued to follow its preset algorithm, navigating the defined route. As it moved along, a biosignature briefly registered on its sensors, piquing its interest. Tracking the signature, the robot pursued it through the winding maze of the small city. After a few moments, the biosignature came to a halt. The robot approached, activating its offensive programming. Just as it prepared to engage, the biosignature shot upward and vanished from the sensors. In its search for the signature, the robot detected several others gathered in the same vicinity. Suddenly, something flew into its field of vision and attached itself to one of the other robots. Several small devices embedded themselves into the chassis, flashing steadily and emitting beeping sounds. The beeping intensified as the other robots drew closer. Izuku surveyed the area where he had lured the robots. His plan had succeeded, resulting in the destruction of over 10 robots. He calculated that he had earned at least 20 points, though it had cost him all of his explosive batarangs. Descending to the explosion site, he began to sift through the wreckage. He noticed that the robots appeared to be solar-powered, lacking any fuel tanks. While most were too damaged to salvage, Izuku found a few that, although inactive, still had usable parts. Suddenly, metallic voices announced the presence of new threats. 3 robots advanced toward him, and Izuku estimated that they were worth 7 points combined. In a flash, he grabbed a heavy jagged shard, once part of a destroyed robot's chassis, and took a deep breath before charging. He moved the shard into the optical device that served as the robot's eye, targeting its weakest point. His calculation proved correct, as the robot powered down and toppled backward. 1 down. With all his strength, he yanked the shard free and struck another robot approaching from behind. 2 down. The third robot advanced rapidly, closing in on him. Instinctively, Izuku hurled the shard like a javelin, aiming for the robot's eye. It stumbled but remained upright, continuing its advance. This one needs encouragement, Izuku thought. Running at full speed, he launched himself into a flying kick, driving the shard deeper into the robot. He heard the satisfying sound of its power failing as the robot tipped over. Taking a moment to catch his breath, Izuku raised his hand and grappled away. It was time to rejoin the group. All Might could hardly believe his eyes. Izuku collapsed on the floor, his muscles aching from the push-ups. He absently looked around his room, which once displayed various All Might memorabilia. Now, the walls were bare except for a calendar and a poster board. Most of his furniture had been removed to make space for training. Perhaps Bruce's minimalist decorating style was rubbing off on him. He continued with his workout, moving on to crunches. It had been a week since the entrance exam at UA High. Bruce had to return to Gotham after the exam, leaving Izuku in silence since then. Waiting for the exam results felt torturous. He initially believed he had performed well, but taking down the zero-pointer consumed most of the test time. He didn't blame Uraraka. It was a situation beyond their control. All they could do was wait patiently for the results and hope they had scored enough points to gain admission. After the test, he and Uraraka began to spend more time together, growing closer. Izuku learned more about her and her family. She came from a struggling background, with her father owning a construction company that faced challenges due to villain attacks. Many construction agencies received government contracts for repairs, leaving non-contract companies like Uraraka's family with limited options. Despite the difficulties, her father always maintained a brave face, earning Izuku's respect. Uraraka had developed a strong sense of humility and resourcefulness, finding creative ways to save money and never letting anything go to waste. Uraraka's family circumstances fueled her desire to become a hero. She hated seeing her family suffer and wanted to provide them with a comfortable life. Heroes often became wealthy through their work and fame, and she aspired to be their hero. Izuku admired her dream and determination. There were many qualities he admired about Uraraka. She was strong, intelligent, quick-thinking under pressure, determined, and fiercely loyal. Her desire to save people motivated her to pursue a career as a rescue hero. He had no doubt she possessed everything needed to become a great hero. After finishing his workout, Izuku caught the delicious scent of his mother's cooking and realized how hungry he was. Just as he was about to leave, his mother entered his room, holding a letter in her hands. "Izuku!" she exclaimed excitedly. "It's here!" The letter sat atop Izuku's desk, sealed with wax and bearing the UA emblem. He had been staring at it for 10 minutes, each passing moment strengthening his resolve to open it. Yet, the letter remained unopened. Shaking his head, he slapped his cheeks, urging himself to act. He ripped open the envelope, surprised by its weight. As he opened it, a small, gray disc-like device fell onto the table with a dull thud. Puzzled, he reached out to pick it up, and the device sprang to life, startling him. A holographic projection appeared, revealing a familiar, handsome man in a black suit. "Hello, Midoriya," Bruce Wayne's voice resonated from the device. Izuku was taken aback. What was going on? Wasn't this from UA? Bruce explained that the UA administration had allowed him to record this message personally since he had sponsored Izuku. He felt a slight blush at the thought of talking to a hologram but quickly regained his composure. "You performed adequately in the entrance exam," Bruce stated, his expression serious. "You scored a total of 30 hero points. Not exactly your best work. I've certainly seen you perform better." Izuku bowed his head, feeling disappointment wash over him. This was it, he hadn't made it after all. It made sense that Bruce would be the one to deliver such news, confirming his fears of failure. "But that's not important," Bruce continued, lifting Izuku's spirits. "You demonstrated your true nature during the exam. You put yourself at risk to help someone in need. Accomplished a seemingly impossible task and defeated a nearly unbeatable foe without a thought for your own safety. You always think about others, and when someone is in trouble, you act. Those traits define what it means to be a hero, not just points." Izuku held his breath, trying to comprehend Bruce's words. "You showed them all, Izuku," Bruce said, his tone encouraging. "Just like I knew you would. You proved you have what it takes to be a hero, even without a quirk." The hologram Bruce stood up, brushing himself off. "You're in, kid." With that, the hologram shut down. Izuku couldn't hold back his tears. All those years of planning and dreaming, all those months of training, it was all happening. His dreams were coming true. He was going to be a hero. He only wished that Kaken could be there with him. After the exam, Batman stood on the giant wall outside the faux city, observing Izuku as he took down the villain robots and the zero-pointer. pride swelled within him. The boy had proven himself not only to the school and other applicants but also to himself. He was on his way to becoming a great hero. He was not surprised when All Might's booming voice echoed nearby. The hulking figure of All Might approached, placing a large hand on Batman's shoulder. It had been a long time since they last spoke. All Might inquired about Batman's well-being, but Batman interrupted, noting that All Might was nearing his 3-hour limit and looked ready to collapse. All Might was taken aback by Batman's insight. In a flash of smoke, his massive form shrank down. He asked how Batman knew about his condition, suspecting Gran Torino had informed him. Batman revealed he had known since All Might's fight with All for One, causing All Might to blanch at the mention of the name. Batman displayed medical data from All Might's surgeries 5 years ago, detailing the severe injuries he had sustained and how they were hindering his abilities. He warned that eventually, All Might would lose his powers permanently. All Might acknowledged Batman's reputation as the world's greatest detective, realizing that Batman had come to understand his situation better than he had anticipated. Batman explained that he had studied quirks and that All Might's powers were inherited through a lineage of mentors, indicating that he had seen powers transfer between hosts before. All Might was shaken, finally connecting the dots. He had always been bothered by how Batman seemed to know how to counter him during their first encounter, attributing it to experience. Now he understood the truth. He demanded to know how long Batman had been studying him, to which Batman replied that it had been a long time, ever since All Might's days at Ua. All Might insisted he was not Batman's enemy but acknowledged that their relationship was complicated. He speculated that Batman had been watching all his friends, including Superman and Wonder Woman. Batman asserted that he would not apologize for his protective instincts, emphasizing that no one was incorruptible, not even the symbol of peace. All Might urged Batman to focus on the real reason he was there. Batman folded his arms, stating that the discussion was about Midoriya. All Might recognized that it was no coincidence Batman had taken him under his wing after he had told Midoriya he could not be a hero. Batman confirmed this, prompting All Might to ask why he believed in Midoriya. Batman explained that he saw potential in Midoriya that All Might had overlooked. Even without a quirk, Midoriya was gifted, and Batman refused to let that talent go to waste. All Might expressed concern for Midoriya's safety, recalling the attack by the sludge villain and fearing for his future as a hero. Batman challenged All Might's perspective, pointing to the exam site as evidence of Midoriya's capabilities. All Might had no response. He admitted he did not want to raise Midoriya's hopes only to see him fail. Batman reminded All Might that he had once been quirkless too, but Nana Shimura had seen something in him. He questioned why Midoriya was any different. All Might became defensive, insisting that Nana had given him her powerful quirk, enabling him to defend himself and save others. Batman countered by mentioning Katsuki Bakugo, the boy he had rescued from the sludge villain, who had been Midoriya's childhood friend. He revealed that Bakugo blamed himself for his friend's death, despite having a powerful quirk but being defenseless against the villain. All Might was caught off guard by this revelation. The memory of Bakugo's near-fatal incident was painful for him. He pointed out that neither of them had been able to save Bakugo. Batman pressed on, emphasizing that a powerful quirk does not define a hero. It was training, knowledge, and experience that made All Might great. He reminded All Might of the destroyed giant robot, illustrating that Midoriya had relied on his training and instincts to succeed. All Might questioned Batman's motivations, wondering if he was acting out of spite or revenge. Batman clarified that this was not about either of them but about justice for Bakugo and Midoriya. He believed Midoriya needed to see his friend's killer brought to justice. All Might urged Batman to let the professionals handle it, fearing for Midoriya's safety. Batman turned to leave, asserting that while Midoriya may not be ready to confront Bakugo's killer, he already possessed the qualities of a hero. All he needed was guidance. All Might pleaded with Batman, expressing concern for Midoriya's future and invoking the name of Jason, which caused Batman to pause. "Do you want Midoriya to end up like him?" Bruce turned to meet All Might's gaze directly. He stated that was precisely why Midoriya was present, to ensure he wouldn't meet the same fate. Batman then took his grapple gun from his belt and launched himself into the distance. All Might transformed back into his powered form, smoke rising from his body as he watched the dark figure of Batman diminish in the distance. He expressed through gritted teeth that while he might not be able to stop Midoriya, he would protect him from danger, villains, and even from Batman himself. "You have everything you need, Master Midoriya?" Izuku confirmed he did. It was the first day of his new life at UA, where the acceptance rate into the hero program was notably low, only 1 in 300. For students had gained entry through recommendations, and although Izuku was sponsored by Bruce Wayne, he didn't count since he had taken the entrance exam. His mother had fussed over him before he left, as mothers often do. He had planned to take the train but was surprised to find Alfred waiting for him with the car, fussing over him almost as much as his mother had. "Quite an exciting day," Alfred remarked cheerfully. He reminisced about driving Master Bruce to his first day at Roxbury Fielding Academy back in Gotham. While it wasn't a school for heroes, it was there that Bruce's journey began. Izuku had never thought to inquire about Bruce's schooling. He knew Bruce's knowledge was vast and extended beyond criminology. Rumor had it that Batman was one of the most intelligent heroes on the planet, and Izuku wondered where he had gained such knowledge. He realized he had never asked Bruce about how or when he became Batman. While he understood the motivation behind Bruce becoming a hero stemmed from the loss of his parents, the details of his transformation remained a mystery. "Alfred?" "Yes, Master Midoriya?" Izuku struggled to form his question. "How did Bruce learn to? I mean, when did he first become?" "I believe you want to know about when Master Bruce first donned the cape and cowl, correct?" Alfred clarified. "Yeah," Izuku replied. "As you know, Master Bruce had a troubled childhood," Alfred explained. "The trauma of losing his parents was devastating. With no immediate family left, I took on the responsibility of raising him." Izuku was aware of this from his conversations with Bruce and Alfred. Their relationship resembled that of a father and son, with Alfred being Bruce's loyal confidant and voice of reason. Alfred continued, stating that Bruce had tried to lead a normal life, and he had endeavored to provide that for him. However, as time passed, it became evident that any hope of a normal life had vanished with his parents. Bruce had a different destiny to fulfill. "Master Bruce left Gotham for a while," Alfred continued. "I had hoped that distance would help him find healing and peace. During his travels, he developed the skills he uses now, and after 8 years, he returned to Gotham as a transformed man. It was both remarkable and unsettling." "Here we are, sir," Alfred announced as they arrived at UA, pulling up alongside the curb just outside the gate. "Thank you, Alfred." Izuku felt relieved there was no one around. He always felt uneasy being driven in the limo. As he began to step out, Alfred placed a hand on his shoulder, stopping him. "Before you go, sir," Alfred said, "if this old man can share some wisdom. Master Bruce became what he needed to be, both for the city he defended and for himself. These are different times, yes, but you must remain true to yourself. As you take your first steps into your hero's journey, focus on becoming the hero you need to be, not what you think others expect of you." Alfred bowed his head and returned to the car, leaving Izuku to reflect on his words. Turning back, Izuku paused to take in the impressive building before him that would be his home for the next 3 years, serving as the starting point for his dream of becoming a hero. He hoped that, as Alfred had suggested, he would become the hero he needed to be along the way. Izuku was running late, so he quickened his pace as he searched for his homeroom classroom. The Hero Corps students were divided into 2 home classes, 1A and 1B. Izuku was in 1A. Beyond that, he knew nothing about his class, not even who the homeroom teacher was. Finally, he came upon a large door, stretching from the ceiling to the floor, with 1 painted in bold red letters. Izuku paused for a moment, chuckling to himself at the door's grandeur. UA was nothing if not extravagant. As he pushed the door open, a familiar voice reached his ears. Tenya Iida was animatedly gesturing as he addressed one of the other students, reminding them not to disrespect the academy by scuffing school property. When Iida glanced towards the door, he spotted Izuku standing in the entryway. A look of awe crossed his face as he whispered to himself. At that moment, the entire class turned to look at Izuku, making him feel as if he was under a spotlight. Unsure of what to say, Izuku managed a greeting. Iida approached him with purpose, introducing himself. Izuku smiled, acknowledging Iida's name and introducing himself as Izuku Midoriya. Iida's amazement grew, and he expressed admiration for Izuku's perceptiveness during the practical exam. He admitted to misjudging him and declared that Izuku was far superior as a student. Izuku, feeling a bit flustered, held his hands up to downplay the compliment, insisting that it was not a big deal. Iida, however, continued to bow deeply, expressing his honor at being Izuku's classmate. Just then, Uraraka rushed up behind Izuku and wrapped her arms around him in a tight hug. Izuku felt the weight of his classmates' gazes on him. In Japan, such public displays of affection were often frowned upon, but he and Uraraka had grown comfortable with each other after everything they had been through. As they broke apart, Izuku noticed a mix of glares and whispers from his classmates, making him wonder how this year would unfold. Iida awkwardly cleared his throat and introduced himself to Uraraka, who responded cheerfully. She expressed her excitement about being in the same class and wondered what their teacher would be like. Suddenly, a voice interrupted them, instructing Izuku, Iida, and Uraraka to prepare for the upcoming challenge. They turned to see a man in a yellow sleeping bag, his long, unkempt black hair obscuring his eyes. The man's intense gaze seemed to pierce through them, leaving Izuku feeling uneasy. Izuku had always tried to stay out of trouble, but it often found him, usually in the form of Kaken, his childhood bully. The constant bullying had led others to look down on him, including some teachers. Izuku felt like an outcast in a world where quirks were the norm. As he faced the daunting challenge ahead, he realized that no matter how hard he tried to blend in, standing out was his destiny. If that was the case, he would strive to rise above the rest. With the timer set, the challenge began. Izuku wasted no time and sprinted down the path filled with robots. They immediately locked onto him and began their attack. One of his classmates shouted in alarm, but Iida, through gritted teeth, expressed his disapproval of the situation. Uraraka could hardly bear to watch but remained focused. Two zero-pointer robots advanced on Izuku, swinging their robotic arms at him with great speed. Anticipating their movements, Izuku deftly slid under the attack and sprang back to his feet, continuing his sprint. A scorpion robot approached, moving its massive tail at him. Izuku leaped into the air, landing on the tail and running down its length without hesitation. More robots awaited him, firing projectiles that echoed throughout the building. One of his classmates shouted for the instructor to stop the madness, but Aizawa remained focused on Izuku. Izuku had expected the weapons. He flipped into the air, executing a series of handsprings as the rubber bullets narrowly missed him. The rockets were trickier, but he had a plan. He quickly removed his tracksuit shirt, revealing a utility belt wrapped around his waist. Aizawa observed this move with surprise, realizing Izuku was leveling the playing field. Izuku pulled out an explosive batarang from his belt and threw it into the launcher of a nearby robot. After a few beeps, it exploded, knocking the wheeled robot off balance. As it fell, its gun fired into another robot, causing the rubber bullets to strike its optical eye, disabling it. One of his classmates exclaimed in disbelief at the unfolding events. Izuku was making impressive progress through the course, skillfully dodging the final robots and leaping onto the conveyor belts that sped beneath him. The intensity of the challenge was palpable, but he pushed through, determined to succeed. Aizawa, observing closely, activated a mechanism on his smartphone, causing giant pendulums to swing toward Izuku. With agility, Izuku flipped left and right, narrowly avoiding the swinging pendulums while maintaining his speed. As he reached the end of the conveyor belt, the last pendulum swung toward him. He ducked just in time and leaped upward, using the momentum to propel himself forward to the next section of the course. Aizawa thought to himself that Izuku was a good kid, using his surroundings to his advantage. He pressed another button, electrifying the floor ahead and causing small pegs to rise. Izuku twisted in midair and landed on one of the pegs, balancing himself in a crane-like stance. After a brief moment, he hopped from peg to peg, successfully clearing the electrified field. The class erupted in applause and cheers behind him, with one student shouting in excitement about Izuku's performance. Uraraka and Iida, now fully engaged, joined in the cheers, encouraging him to keep going. Aizawa, however, had more challenges in store. Without hesitation, he pressed another button, causing the floor beneath Izuku to open up, creating a gap as the walls beside him began to close in. Thinking quickly, Izuku reached into a pouch on his belt and pulled out a small carbon fiber rod. He held it horizontally and leaped from the disappearing floor, pressing a button on the rod that extended it rapidly. The rod slammed into the walls, halting their advance just inches apart. Using it as an anchor, Izuku swung over the bar, launching himself from wall to wall as he continued onward. Finally, he found solid ground and sprinted through the course, facing the last obstacle, a large ring of fire, roaring with vibrant flames at the end of a narrow beam. Without hesitation, Izuku picked up speed, charging toward the ring. As he approached, the flames grew larger and wilder, but he remained undeterred. With all his strength, he leaped toward the ring, arms and legs extended in a daring dive. He was mere inches from the flames, feeling their heat as he soared through the ring. When the fire subsided, Izuku was momentarily obscured, causing the class to gasp in shock. Uraraka cried out in alarm, and the students rushed toward the gauntlet, fearing for their classmate. Aizawa, however, stopped them with a calm gesture. He pressed another button, and a large platform rose behind the ring, revealing a tired but unharmed Izuku kneeling as he caught his breath. The class erupted in cheers, rushing to surround him and lift him into the air. Izuku, amidst the excitement, asked Aizawa if he had proven himself worthy to be there. A small smile broke Aizawa's typically stoic demeanor as he thought to himself about Izuku's potential. Meanwhile, hidden behind a building, the muscular figure of All Might observed the entire event. He had heard about Aizawa's strictness and his willingness to expel students who didn't meet his standards. All Might had wondered how Aizawa would treat Midoriya, and as he watched the performance, he couldn't help but cheer quietly for him. Aizawa gathered the class around him, revealing that he had no intention of sending anyone home. He explained that it was a strategic deception to encourage them to take the challenge seriously. He instructed them to pick up a syllabus in the classroom and dismissed them. As he walked away, All Might intercepted him, questioning whether Midoriya had truly received the lowest score. Aizawa paused but remained silent, prompting All Might to comment on his lack of favoritism. Aizawa replied that he was simply not a fan of the status quo and believed Midoriya had a challenging journey ahead. All Might chuckled to himself, realizing that Aizawa was a fan at heart. He watched as Class 1A continued to celebrate around Izuku, who was now making friends and sharing his training experiences. All Might sighed, recognizing the challenges that lay ahead for the boy. As he made his way back to the office, All Might couldn't shake the feeling that he might have made a mistake earlier on the rooftop. With the old red hero costume from his Silver Age in hand, All Might prepared for his first class. He felt a mix of excitement and nervousness about teaching combat training to Class 1A, especially with Midoriya in the mix. He had seen the boy's performance in both the exam and the gauntlet, but he knew that fighting machines was vastly different from facing a living opponent. He was determined to ensure that things remained safe, particularly for Midoriya, while also feeling eager to discover what else the young hero could achieve. Since his performance in the gauntlet, Izuku had become quite popular with Class 1A. He had already made some friends, especially with Iida. Despite their initial animosity, Izuku discovered that Iida was a passionate, helpful, and considerate person at heart. He admired his brother, the hero Ingenium, and wanted to live up to his legacy, something Izuku respected deeply. All the students of Class 1A possessed impressive quirks, and Izuku quickly understood why they were chosen for the hero program. He made it a point to study their quirks, strengths, and weaknesses. Batman had emphasized the importance of knowing the full extent of an ally's abilities, as any ally could potentially become an enemy. Allegiances, Batman had said, are never set in stone. At any moment, an ally could turn against you. Understanding what they can do and how to counter them could mean the difference between saving lives and losing them. It had been a difficult lesson for Izuku to learn. He idolized the hero community, and the thought that any of them could turn rogue was unsettling. Meanwhile, Word had spread quickly throughout the school that UA had accepted its first quirkless student. Izuku often received awkward glances, and conversations would quiet as he passed by. Occasionally, he could hear their whispered remarks about him. He had grown accustomed to the attention, though it still annoyed him. However, he refused to let it distract him. He needed to stay focused if he wanted to surpass his peers. Back in Class 1A, Izuku was quietly reviewing his notebook when a booming voice interrupted the classroom. All Might, in full hero form, dramatically posed in the doorway, announcing his arrival with enthusiasm. The class gazed in awe as All Might marched to the front of the room, their excitement palpable at the sight of the #1 hero. Izuku's expression remained neutral, but his stomach churned with unease. It had been over 10 months since their encounter on the rooftop. Despite All Might's heroic appearance, Izuku could still envision the thin, sickly figure beneath. He had distanced himself from the hero after their meeting, and seeing him again stirred up unpleasant memories. The sludge monster, the shattering of his dreams, and the painful memories of Kaken. When All Might reached the front of the room, his gaze seemed to settle on Izuku, who returned to his notebook, pretending not to notice. All Might cleared his throat awkwardly, acknowledging Izuku's reaction as understandable. He welcomed the class to what he deemed the most important course at UA High, likening it to Hero Ing 101. Here, they would learn the fundamentals of being a pro and what it meant to fight for justice. The class hung on All Might's every word, excitement buzzing in the air. He then announced that they would begin fight training that very day. The students murmured among themselves, surprised by the early start to real combat training. All Might continued, emphasizing that one of the keys to being a hero was looking good. He pointed to the side wall of the classroom, which opened to reveal several numbered locker compartments, each containing a different hero costume tailored for the Class 1A students. These costumes had been designed based on their quirk registration forms and requests submitted before the school year began. All Might instructed them to suit up and meet him at Training Ground Beta. In a flash, All Might dashed out of the classroom, leaving the students to gather around their respective lockers. Izuku opened his locker with a smile. While all the other students had costumes designed by an exclusive clothing company partnered with the school, he was the only one without one of those suits. When he was accepted, he had already envisioned a few designs but never had the chance to submit a form. However, on the night of his acceptance, Bruce and Alfred had surprised him with a suit they had crafted based on his designs, complete with personal touches from Bruce, all courtesy of Wayne Tech. Now would be the perfect opportunity for a field test. The students all entered the training grounds, each wearing unique costumes that reflected their quirks. The vibrant colors and diverse materials made them look like they had stepped out of a comic book. Izuku emerged from the shadow of the gate into the light of the training grounds. He donned a black jumpsuit made from a composite of Kevlar and ballistic nylon, featuring flexible carbon armor plating sewn directly into it. The plating was reinforced on his chest, abdomen, and shoulders. His hands and forearms were protected by heavy-duty combat gauntlets crafted from the same flexible carbon composite, with 3 curved blades protruding from the sides. His right gauntlet housed a mini-computer that connected to the back computer via satellite. His boots were thick and insulated, designed for combat and functionality. A black hood concealed his wavy green hair, and a mask covered his eyes and face. The mask allowed him to connect to the back computer for enhanced vision and detective mode. It also served as a voice modulator and respirator for emergencies, covering his ears to facilitate radio contact while heightening his hearing and peripheral senses. At his waist was his trademark gray utility belt, equipped with various gadgets and useful support items, including his trusty grapple gun, remote control batarangs, and a few grenade canisters of his own design. A small, black bat symbol was etched into the right BRST plating, completing his look. The group admired their costume designs, and when Izuku stepped forward, they took a moment to appreciate his ensemble. He appeared like a soldier ready for battle. Kirishima, the red-haired student, exclaimed about how cool Izuku's costume was, expressing surprise at the weapons he carried. Aoyama, the fashion-forward blonde, chimed in, explaining that some heroes had support items to assist with their quirks, showcasing his own naval laser. Izuku's popularity skyrocketed overnight. His impressive performance during battle training spread quickly among the students, leaving many in awe of his newfound strength, despite not having a quirk. Several classmates approached him, eager to challenge him to a match, but Izuku consistently declined, focusing instead on more pressing matters. After returning to class, the students enjoyed a well-deserved break before heading home. Izuku utilized this time to study his classmates' quirks, reflecting on what he learned during the training exercise. Although he admired All Might, he found himself feeling a strong tension between them. The pro-hero seemed eager to connect, often directing questions toward Izuku. However, Izuku preferred to keep his distance, sometimes pretending not to hear All Might's booming voice or blending into the crowd to avoid interaction. He knew he couldn't evade All Might forever and would eventually have to confront him, but he decided to put that off for now. The day after the battle training, his classmates voted for him to be their class president, a position he politely declined. He had no interest in leadership or bureaucracy, so Iida and Yaoyorozu were appointed as president and vice president, respectively. Izuku felt relieved, as he already felt overwhelmed by the attention he received, especially after Kirishima returned from treatment with Recovery Girl. Kirishima burst into the classroom, startling everyone as he rushed toward Izuku, who instinctively tensed. However, Kirishima stopped at his desk, beaming with excitement. He praised Izuku's performance, likening him to a ninja and asking where he had learned to fight like that. Mineta and Kaminari joined Kirishima, expressing their admiration for Izuku's ability to take down some of the strongest students. Tokoyami, sitting quietly at his desk, remarked that it was clear Izuku had been trained by the Dark Knight himself, addressing him directly as the son of Batman. The class fell silent, all eyes on Izuku as he contemplated his response. He felt a rush of anxiety at the thought of revealing his connection to Batman, knowing the mixed opinions surrounding the hero. Ultimately, he sighed heavily and confirmed Tokoyami's assertion, prompting an eruption of amazement from his classmates. Kirishima excitedly questioned if he had met Superman, while others chimed in with curiosity about Wonder Woman. Iida attempted to restore order, urging everyone not to overwhelm Izuku with questions. Mina pointed out that the biggest mystery remained, Batman's true identity. Izuku swallowed hard, realizing this was precisely why he had wanted to keep his secret hidden. The class eagerly awaited his answer, and he finally spoke, revealing that Batman was indeed who he claimed to be. Confusion spread among his classmates, and he quickly clarified that he was serious about his connection to the legendary hero. The more time spent with him revealed that the person beneath the cowl was actually a mask, one he wore for the public or for those who didn't truly know him. Being an important figure required him to maintain appearances. When he removed the cowl, he transformed into a completely different person. It was only when he became the Batman that he revealed his true self. Kirishima felt a tear slide down his cheek as he reflected on this revelation. It was the most profound thing he had ever heard. All Might, having reverted to his depowered form, poured a cup of tea and passed it to Izuku. This was the first time Izuku had seen him in this state since their first encounter. He looked dignified in his striped yellow suit, which fit him like a pole supporting a circus tent. He smiled politely at Izuku as he sipped his own tea. Izuku set his tea down on the coffee table in front of him, his expression neutral. He had correctly assumed that All Might would want to speak with him after getting into UA, but he had nothing to say to the hero. A long silence stretched between them, which All Might broke by awkwardly clearing his throat. All Might expressed his gratitude for Izuku keeping his secret, but Izuku remained silent, his eyes burning with intensity. All Might coughed slightly and continued, acknowledging that he may have come across as harsh during their previous conversation. He explained that he didn't want to crush Izuku's dreams and shared his experience of facing many villains, emphasizing that the hero life, while glamorous on TV, was fraught with danger. He warned that there would always be someone stronger, and that hubris could cost lives. He had seen heroes stronger than himself fall to those with more powerful quirks. Izuku listened, his expression unchanged. All Might pointed out that it was even more difficult to fight against those quirks without one of your own, but insisted that it didn't mean one couldn't make a difference in the world. With respect, Izuku finally spoke up, questioning if All Might had a point. All Might clarified that he didn't want to see Izuku get hurt or worse. He warned that Bruce, while a complicated figure, was leading Izuku down a dangerous path, leaving pain and misery in his wake. Izuku's glare intensified as he quietly reminded All Might of the time he had failed to stop the sludge monster from harming his friend. All Might appeared taken aback, as if struck by Izuku's words. Izuku continued, expressing that All Might had been his hero for as long as he could remember, and he had once believed that nothing bad could happen as long as All Might was smiling. But now, he had a different understanding. He stood up, straightening his uniform. All Might attempted to interject, but Izuku cut him off, calling him redundant and a one-trick pony living on borrowed time. He declared that Bruce had taught him more about being a hero than All Might ever would. As he turned to leave, he made it clear that he was not seeking fame or glory. He was there to avenge his fallen friend, to carry on the Batman's legacy, and to prove All Might and society wrong. He vowed to become a hero, a better one than All Might could imagine, and left, leaving All Might speechless. All Might stroked his chin absently, reflecting on the encounter with sadness. He recognized that teaching was a challenging endeavor. Aizawa stood before the class, announcing that today's training would be different. He informed them that 3 instructors, including himself, All Might, and another faculty member, would be overseeing their training. The students murmured among themselves, curious about the presence of 3 pros. A few days prior, the school had experienced chaos when an intruder alarm had sounded during lunch, causing panic as reporters stormed the building, eager for a chance to interview All Might. Though order was restored, the breach of UA's security was a troubling thought, and Izuku noticed an increase in security measures around the school. Aizawa revealed that the training would focus on rescue operations, dealing with natural disasters and similar scenarios. The students expressed their excitement, with some eager for the challenge ahead. As Aizawa activated the costume lockers, he informed them that the special training would take place at an off-campus facility, requiring them to take a bus. The students hurried to gather their costumes and equipment. Izuku joined them, recalling the extensive training he had received from Bruce on search and rescue operations. He was determined to prove himself to All Might. On the bus, Iida expressed his frustration about the boarding situation, while Mina encouraged him to relax. The students chatted excitedly about the upcoming training. Ajui turned her attention to Izuku, pointing out his impressive feats against their strongest classmates, attributing his skills to his training with Batman. She expressed interest in seeing how he would perform during the exercise and inquired about the duration of his training. Izuku replied that he had been training for 11 months, prompting an enthusiastic reaction from Kirishima. Izuku reflected on the past 11 months of intense training. His friends were curious about the details, especially Tsuyu, who noted his use of explosives. When she asked why, Izuku hesitated, avoiding her gaze. He finally admitted that it was inspired by someone he admired, whose quirk involved explosions. Uraraka expressed her interest, while Kirishima excitedly speculated about the strength of Izuku's inspiration, questioning if he was a pro-hero and if he attended UA. Izuku shook his head, revealing that the person he admired had never had the chance to attend UA. A shadow crossed his face, and he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, prompting him to want to change the subject. His friends noticed his discomfort, concern replacing their excitement. Just then, Aizawa's voice interrupted their conversation, announcing their arrival. The students rushed to the window to see an enormous, domed structure in the distance, reminiscent of a famous amusement park. As the bus approached the entrance, they spotted a peculiar figure waiting for them. Standing about 5 feet tall, the figure resembled an astronaut, clad in a thick white suit with large, white eyes visible through a dark helmet. Izuku recognized him as the space hero, 13. 13 greeted the students cheerfully, his voice sounding synthetic through his suit's radio system. The class was starstruck, aware of 13's stellar reputation in search and rescue. His quirk, Black Hole, enabled him to clear debris quickly, saving countless civilians. It was clear he was the perfect hero to lead their training session. Upon entering the building, Izuku and his classmates were awestruck by the impressive disaster simulation training grounds. Kirishima exclaimed in amazement, comparing it to an amusement park. 13 proudly pointed out various simulated disaster scenarios, explaining that he designed the facility to prepare them for real-life emergencies, calling it the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ for short. Aizawa approached 13, questioning All Might's absence. 13 revealed that All Might had exhausted his power during his morning hero work and was resting in the teacher's lounge. Izuku frowned, realizing the implications of All Might's 3-hour limit. Aizawa expressed his frustration, urging everyone to get started. 13 addressed the students, explaining the importance of their quirks and the responsibility that came with them. He emphasized that even well-intentioned actions could lead to dangerous outcomes if they lost focus. Today, they would use their quirks to save lives, embodying the true essence of being a hero. Izuku felt a surge of determination. He remembered Bruce's teachings about the true mark of a hero being measured by the lives saved. Today would be a significant test of his training. Suddenly, a large electrical surge interrupted Aizawa, startling the students. The fountain in the center of the Iida began to sputter, and a dark, swirling portal materialized. Aizawa instructed everyone to stay together and protect the students, sensing the impending danger. Kirishima questioned whether the training had already begun, confused by the unfolding chaos. Izuku instinctively reached for a batarang, but Aizawa warned him that this was real, they were facing villains. The students gasped as a tall, slender man emerged from the portal, clad in black and covered in what appeared to be severed hands. More villains followed, flooding through the portal in alarming numbers. The last figure to emerge was a hulking, bird-like creature, towering over the others. Its unsettling appearance sent a chill down Izuku's spine. He attempted to activate his cowl vision, but it malfunctioned, and he realized that something was blocking his connection to the Batcomputer. They were completely isolated. Panic set in among the students as Kirishima questioned how so many villains could infiltrate such a secure facility. Yaoyorozu asked 13 why the alarms hadn't sounded. 13, looking around, admitted he wasn't sure. Izuku explained his inability to connect to the Batcomputer, detailing how his equipment relied on satellite communication for various functions. Todoroki suggested that a villain's quirk might be masking their presence, making sense of the situation they found themselves in. And if a signal can't be sent out, then that quirk is likely blocking all communication as well. Izuku acknowledged the situation, noting how they had carefully chosen this isolated facility as an entry point during a class. It was clear they had planned this meticulously. Todoroki speculated that whatever their plan was, it must have a concrete objective in mind. Aizawa instructed 13 to evacuate the students and alert the main campus. Izuku protested, concerned about Aizawa facing the villains alone. He pointed out that there were too many adversaries, and even though Aizawa could nullify their quirks, his fighting style was more suited for stealth and one-on-one encounters, which wouldn't be effective in a group fight. Aizawa, with a hint of sarcasm, remarked on Izuku being a student of Batman, implying that he must have learned that a true professional cannot rely on just one trick. He leaped into the air, descending the steps leading to the USJ entrance with remarkable speed and grace, rivaling that of Bruce Wayne. As he descended, several villains advanced toward him. One of the villains shouted for the shooting squad to take aim, while another urged them to fire. They raised their weapon-like appendages, but nothing happened. The leader, confused, exclaimed about his malfunctioning quirk. Aizawa quickly launched the wrappings from his shoulders toward the villains. With incredible speed, the bindings ensnared them, lifting and twisting them in the air. With a powerful motion, Aizawa brought them crashing together, their heads colliding with a resounding thud. The other villains stepped back, startled. One of them shouted in alarm, recognizing Aizawa as Eraserhead, the pro-hero who could erase quirks with a mere glance. A masked villain with 4 rock-like arms challenged Aizawa, rushing at him with powerful punches. Aizawa skillfully dodged each attack. He then landed a solid punch to the villain's face, causing him to stagger back. Seizing the opportunity, Aizawa wrapped his bindings around the villain, asserting that someone like him was only a threat if he could get close. Just then, a large villain attempted a sneak attack from the side, but Aizawa was already prepared. He ducked under the villain's extended fist and executed a swift axe kick to the villain's torso, sending him crashing into two others. As the three villains struggled to regain their footing, Izawa brought the rock villain down on top of them. With a fierce demeanor, he challenged the remaining villains, asking which one of them would be next. The students all rushed for the exit, but Izuku lingered behind, thinking that he needed to hold them off. He realized he shouldn't have underestimated the threat they faced. Quickly, he ran to rejoin his classmates. Despite all the preparation Bruce had provided him for this day, fear crept in. His mind drifted to his encounter with the sludge villain, recalling the terror he felt as darkness enveloped him. He thought of Kaken and how scared he must have been at the end. Izuku shook his head, reminding himself that now was not the time for fear. He needed to be brave like Kaken. 13 and the students stopped abruptly as another black-purple portal appeared on the floor in front of them. It grew into a large swirling pillar, and a voice echoed ominously, declaring that there was no escape. The pillar introduced itself as the League of Villains, expressing their intent to disrupt the Haven of Justice and suggesting it was a fitting place for All Might, the symbol of peace, to meet his end. Izuku's anger surged as he realized their endgame. They wanted All Might. They were all in danger because of him, and All Might wasn't even present. Fueled by this anger, Izuku leaped above his classmates and threw 3 batarangs, each one exploding as it reached the shadow. He landed in front of 13 and his classmates, with Kirishima and Tokoyami quickly joining him, ready for battle. The shadowy figure responded, acknowledging their school's reputation but warning them to be careful, or someone might get hurt. 13 shouted for the students to get out of the way, but the shadow was too quick. The purple-black mist swirled around them, threatening to scatter them across the facility. Izuku shielded himself from the mist, feeling his feet leave the ground as he tumbled through the black fog for what felt like an eternity. When he opened his eyes, Izuku felt a rush as he plummeted headfirst out of the portal into the water below. Instinctively, he straightened his body and entered the water gracefully. His mask served as a temporary respirator, so he wasn't worried about drowning. He repositioned himself and began to swim to the surface, realizing the villains must have used a warping quirk to get there. Suddenly, he sensed movement in the water. Something was approaching him with alarming speed, a creature with the body of a man and the head of a mutated shark. It was a villain, and it was nearly upon him, mouth wide open. Just then, a green blur entered his field of vision. It was Azui, dragging Mineta along, moving quickly through the water. She kicked the villain, knocking it off course. Azui called out to Izuku, extending her long pink tongue to wrap around him, carrying both him and Mineta toward a ship floating ahead. Breaking the surface, she lifted Izuku and dropped him onto the deck, followed closely by Mineta. Once they were safe, she began to climb up the side of the ship. Izuku expressed his gratitude, acknowledging that she had saved him. Azui reminded him to call her Su. Izuku agreed that it was turning out to be a terrible day of class. They speculated that the villains must have accessed the school files during the break-in, knowing their schedule and who would be present. With the students panicking and the teachers distracted by reporters outside, it was the perfect opportunity for an attack. Mineta, still shaken, insisted that the pros would save them, but Izuku felt less optimistic. The villains had gained the upper hand, and with so many potential hostages among the students, they posed a significant threat. 13 had indicated that All Might had already used a considerable amount of his power, which meant he might not be able to help if he showed up. Tsu, sensing Izuku's thoughts, pointed out that if the villains had planned this attack, they likely had a way to defeat All Might. She reminded them that they should be more concerned about their own survival. Izuku was impressed by her intelligence and composure. She had not only saved them but had also assessed the situation logically. Mineta, however, was visibly shaken by Tsu's words. The reality of their situation seemed to weigh heavily on him, and he began to tremble. Just then, the sound of splashes interrupted their conversation. The fish villain had returned, this time with backup. Their boat was soon surrounded by at least a dozen aquatic villains. Mineta shrieked in panic, and Izuku felt the fear he had experienced at the entrance of the USJ return. He thought about Tsu's words and the possibility that the villains were indeed after All Might, perhaps even knowing about his time limit. The thought of a stronger evil than All Might was terrifying, as it would leave society vulnerable to chaos. Images began to flash through his mind, amplifying his anxiety. All Might stood on the rooftop, trapped by the sludge villain, overwhelmed by the regret and guilt of knowing Kaken was gone, and the weight of Bruce's words lingered in his mind. A memory surfaced of the night he met Batman, recalling the promise made to Izuku Midoriya, he would become a hero. Izuku's determination grew stronger. The reasons behind the villain's attack faded into the background. The urgency of the moment took precedence. All Might's ability to save them was uncertain, but they were heroes in training, and he was the protege of the Dark Knight. If this was to be their final stand, they would fight valiantly until the end. They had to confront this evil head-on. Izuku declared that it was up to them. Azui and Mineta exchanged confused glances. He emphasized the need for teamwork to protect one another and All Might. No one at UA was aware of the situation. They were alone in this fight. They would do what they were destined to do, be heroes. Izuku was busy packing his belongings, ready to end the day. Classmates had bombarded him with questions about Batman and the Justice League, but he was finally rescued by Iida, who reprimanded them for pestering a fellow student with trivial inquiries. As the sun began to set, Izuku took a moment to appreciate the beauty of dusk. He often found himself preoccupied with his studies and training, rarely pausing to reflect on his journey and the fortune that had come his way. Fate had finally smiled upon him, and he was grateful for it. Suddenly, a loud voice called out to him, and Izuku recognized it immediately. He realized that his moment of hesitation had cost him dearly as he felt a heavy presence on his shoulders. All Might appeared triumphantly, announcing his arrival to speak with Izuku. Despite his excitement, Izuku felt a wave of irritation wash over him as he wondered what the topic of their conversation would be. All Might suggested they move to the teacher's lounge for privacy. Meanwhile, Tamura Shigaraki, the hand villain, observed the scene with a casual demeanor, scratching his neck. He noted All Might's strength and the way he concealed his quirk behind his goggles, making it difficult to gauge his abilities. As he watched Aizawa skillfully take down each villain with precision, he felt a mix of admiration and annoyance. The pro-heroes were living up to their reputation, making it challenging for the villains to work together effectively. Behind Shigaraki, two yellow eyes emerged from the wall of energy, not focused on the pro-heroes' actions but rather on the entrance of the facility, where a group of students led by the Hero 13 was attempting to escape. This was not something he could allow. Iida, concerned for his classmates, asked Shoji if he had any updates on their situation. Shoji used his tentacle-like arms to create various appendages, scanning the expansive USJ facility. He reported that their classmates were scattered but still present, bringing a sense of relief to those remaining with 13. Sero voiced his concerns about their predicament, noting that the enemy was unaffected by physical attacks and had the ability to teleport. 13 then assigned Iida a critical task, to run to the school and inform the faculty of their situation. With alarms silent and communication devices malfunctioning, Iida's swift action was essential. Despite his reluctance to leave his friends behind, Iida understood the gravity of the situation. They were outnumbered and outmatched, and this was their best chance for help. Sato and Sero encouraged him, emphasizing that as long as he could reach the outside, they would be safe from pursuit. The warp villain interrupted their strategizing, mocking their foolishness for discussing plans in front of him. 13 retorted, asserting that their strategy would not matter once he was finished with the villain. Activating his quirk, he directed the swirling black and purple energy towards the opening at his fingertip, absorbing the attack before it could reach them. With determination, Iida activated his engines, ready to run and fight back. It was time to take action. Mineta was in a state of panic, exclaiming in disbelief about the situation they found themselves in. He couldn't fathom how they could possibly take on the villains who seemed capable of defeating All Might. Izuku understood Mineta's fear but knew that panicking wouldn't help them now. He and Azui were already assessing their opponents, who were floating ominously in the water. Izuku pointed out that the villains had a clear advantage in the water, suggesting that they anticipated a battle there. Azui, undeterred by Mineta's outburst, noted that the villains must have known the layout of the USJ before they arrived. Izuku agreed but felt something was off. He realized that the villains had sent Azui to the shipwreck zone, which indicated they likely didn't know the specifics of their quirks. Azui explained her abilities, detailing how she could jump high, cling to walls, and extend her tongue significantly. She also mentioned her toxic mucus, which only caused mild irritation. Mineta chimed in about his sticky ball, which could adhere to surfaces for varying lengths of time depending on his mood, and that they regenerated quickly. Izuku saw potential in their quirks and quickly formulated a plan. He revealed a small device, an ice grenade, which would freeze anyone caught in its range. Azui expressed curiosity about its origin, and Izuku casually mentioned borrowing it from a notorious villain. He believed it would create a sufficient distraction for their escape. He then asked Azui how far she could jump with both of them. Azui estimated she could manage a jump of 20 to 30 meters, which Izuku deemed adequate. He prepared his grapple gun, explaining that if they could reach the shoreline, he could pull them the rest of the way. Mineta voiced his concern about the ice grenade not trapping all the villains, to which Izuku reassured him that he needed to throw his sticky ball to hinder their pursuers. Suddenly, an explosion rocked the ship, causing it to tilt dangerously. Izuku steadied himself and realized that half of the ship was sinking. Panic set in for Mineta, who feared they would be in serious trouble. Azui remained calm, questioning Mineta's suitability for hero work. Frustrated, Mineta lashed out, expressing his disbelief at facing such danger so soon after joining UA. In a moment of urgency, Izuku slapped Mineta to bring him back to reality, urging him to stay calm. He acknowledged their fear but emphasized the importance of acting decisively. Mineta, now determined, agreed to fight alongside them, and Azui voiced her readiness as well. Izuku positioned himself at the edge of the ship, ready to leap into action. He took a deep breath, preparing to make his mentor proud. As he jumped off the boat, an aquatic villain shouted a warning, but Izuku was focused. He threw the ice grenade into the water, which created a flash of light as it activated. The villains were caught off guard as the ice rapidly encased them, trapping several in its grip. Realizing their opportunity, Izuku called for Azui and Mineta to jump. Azui leaped with Mineta in tow, and Izuku felt her tongue wrap around him, pulling him closer. The villains began to react, but Mineta was ready, launching his sticky ball to impede their movement. As the villains struggled, some became stuck to one another, unable to swim. Azui praised their teamwork, and Izuku took aim with his grappler gun, ready to make their escape to the shoreline. They had successfully navigated the shipwreck zone, and now it was time to regroup with the others. In the landslide zone, Todoroki utilized his ice powers to subdue the villains he faced. He approached the frozen villains with a calm demeanor, noting their lack of preparation and training. They seemed more like street thugs than actual supervillains, and he recognized only a few as real threats: the warping villain, the hand villain, and a large bird creature. What they needed was more information about their attackers and their capabilities. Todoroki addressed the villains, warning them that remaining frozen would lead to frostbite and hypothermia. He sensed their fear as they whimpered, but he expressed his desire to avoid unnecessary cruelty, indicating he wanted to be a hero. He moved closer to one of the frozen villains, letting frost flow from his hand, causing the villain to cry. He made it clear that he would spare them if they revealed their plans to kill All Might. The warping villain introduced himself as Black Hole, boasting about his quirk that could SCK up matter and turn it to dust. 13, a rescue hero, had been trying to contain the villain's power to buy Iida time to escape. However, the villain's relentless energy was overwhelming. As 13 struggled, a warp gate appeared behind him, catching him off guard. The force of his own quirk began to tear him apart, and he collapsed, acknowledging his defeat. Mina shouted in concern for 13, while Sato urged Iida to escape immediately. Iida wasted no time, activating his calf engines to speed away from the warping villain. The villain, however, was quick to react, mocking Iida's attempt to flee. A warp gate opened above him, and the villain tried to intercept him. But the students were prepared. Shoji leaped forward, wrapping his arms around the villain and rolling him out of Iida's path, urging him to run. Iida sprinted toward the doors, determined to reach safety and save his friends. The warping villain, frustrated, shook Shoji off and pursued Iida, declaring he had no time for distractions. As Iida was engulfed in black mist, he feared he had failed. Yet, the mist began to dissipate. Iida opened his eyes to see the villain floating away, with Uraraka holding onto a strange metal collar the villain was wearing. She realized he must have a body hidden within the armor and threw the collar high into the air, causing the villain to follow. She urged Iida to run. As the villain attempted to regain control and fly toward Iida, Sero shot a line of tape from his arm, attaching it to the back of the villain's armor. Sato seized the tape and swung the villain through the air with his incredible strength, launching him away from Iida and into the USJ. Iida made it outside, disappearing in a flash of light and the roar of his engine. The villain could only watch helplessly as Iida sped away, knowing that they had failed and that backup from the pros would soon arrive. Izuku hoisted himself onto the shoreline, reattaching his grappling hook to his belt. They had escaped the shipwreck and the water villains. Now, they needed to quickly find their teachers and classmates. If they worked together, they might be able to push back the villains and alert the main campus. In the distance, Izuku spotted Aizawa still battling the surrounding villains, but his movements were slowing. He was growing tired. The hand villain, seemingly impatient, advanced on him. Aizawa launched his binding toward the villain, who caught it effortlessly and continued charging. Aizawa lunged, striking the villain in the torso with his elbow, but Izuku noticed that the villain had caught his arm. Aizawa's elbow turned an ashen gray in the villain's grip, and his shirt sleeve began to disintegrate as if made of paper. His skin cracked, exposing the red muscle beneath. Aizawa leaped backward, his elbow injured. The villain seized the opportunity and pressed forward. Despite one arm being incapacitated, he continued to fend them off, though his attacks were slower and weaker. The hand villain taunted Aizawa, remarking on his quirk's inadequacy for prolonged battles against large groups. He noted Aizawa's bravery in jumping into the fray to protect his students. More villains attacked, but Aizawa evaded them, trapping some in bindings and throwing them into each other. He faced the hand villain, breathing heavily, bindings still in hand. The hand villain continued to mock Aizawa, acknowledging his resilience. Just then, a large shadow loomed over Aizawa, revealing a massive bird creature standing above him. Izuku watched in horror as the creature began to assault his teacher relentlessly. The hand villain commented on Aizawa's ability to erase powers, dismissing it as unimpressive against true power. The creature struck Aizawa, causing him to cry out. Izuku couldn't bear to watch any longer. He charged at full speed toward the hand villain, determined to save his teacher. As he leaped into the air, he threw his batarangs with all his might. The hand villain simply called for the creature, which jumped in front of him, blocking the attack. The batarangs clattered harmlessly to the ground. Seizing the moment, Azui used her tongue to pull Aizawa away from danger. Izuku shouted in frustration, throwing everything he had at the creature: batarangs, grenades, and more. Smoke billowed, and villains were thrown back in the blast. But when the smoke cleared, the monster remained unharmed. Izuku felt a wave of dread wash over him as he realized the creature was their secret weapon, the one meant to defeat All Might. The hand villain picked up one of the discarded batarangs, intrigued by Izuku's lack of a quirk. Suddenly, the warp villain appeared beside him, and they exchanged words about their plans. Shigaraki, the hand villain, expressed frustration over a student escaping and acknowledged that their chances of winning diminished if professional heroes arrived. He decided it was time to retreat, but not before ensuring the symbol of peace was broken. Shigaraki charged at Izuku with surprising speed, moving his hand toward Izuku's face. Izuku braced himself, but nothing happened. Shigaraki, frustrated, turned his attention to the injured Aizawa. In a moment of instinct, Izuku grabbed the batarang and stabbed it into Shigaraki's hand. The villain roared in pain and anger, kicking Izuku away. Izuku rolled and sprang to his feet, reaching for more batarangs, but he was out. Shigaraki, furious, ripped the batarang from his hand and called for the creature. Lunged at Izuku with incredible speed, capturing him in its grip. Izuku struggled, but the creature's strength was overwhelming. As it tightened its hold around his head, he felt the pressure building. Mineta and Azui attempted to help, but time was running out. Izuku braced himself for the worst, thinking of his friends. Suddenly, a massive explosion shook the facility. Izuku opened his eyes to see the front doors of the USJ blown off their hinges, dust and debris swirling in the air. As the dust settled, a single figure emerged from the wreckage. "There is no need to fear, students," All Might declared. "I am here." The entire USJ fell silent as All Might strode through the front gate. Even the attacking villains paused, staring in awe and terror at the symbol of peace. But something was different about All Might this time. He wasn't smiling. He was filled with determination, cursing himself for not being there sooner. He had been unable to reach Aizawa or 13 on their phones, and worry began to consume him. The principal had urged him to rest and not to fret, but All Might couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Gathering every ounce of strength he could muster, he made his way to the USJ, encountering a frantic and frightened Iida along the way. He felt a pang of shame as he looked down at the heavily damaged 13. The thought of how terrified the students must be weighed heavily on him. His colleagues had fought valiantly to protect them, and now it was his duty as the symbol of peace to reassure them that everything would be all right. He reached up to his tie, tearing it from his neck and casting the pieces aside. He was determined to ensure that the villains would face consequences for their actions. Shigaraki and Nomu had seemingly lost interest in Izuku and his friends. Nomu had released Izuku, and Azui had pulled him to safety. Shigaraki expressed his frustration, noting the arrival of All Might. The villains were taken aback, astonished by his presence and size. A steel-armed villain shouted that they needed to act quickly, but before he could finish, the villains were incapacitated in an instant. All Might still moved with blinding speed, even with his injury. Izuku realized that All Might was pushing himself beyond his limits, but he did an admirable job of concealing it. He made his way toward Shigaraki and Nomu, glancing at the barely conscious Aizawa. Aizawa acknowledged All Might's arrival, and All Might expressed his regret for the delay. In another flash, Izuku found himself being carried away from the villains. All Might had taken everyone, including the injured Aizawa, to safety. He instructed everyone to return to the entrance and to ensure Aizawa was taken with them. Mineta and Azui complied immediately, supporting Aizawa as they moved. However, Izuku remained where he was, recalling how All Might had saved him from certain doom once again. As Izuku began to speak, he was interrupted by Shigaraki, who was visibly agitated. The force of All Might's speed had knocked his mask off, and he expressed his anger at the turn of events. He picked up the severed hand that had fallen from his face, revealing his frustration. He noted that All Might was still fast, but not as fast as he used to be, and a sinister smile crept across his face as he acknowledged that All Might was indeed growing weaker. Izuku felt a chill run down his spine as his fears were confirmed. The villains were aware of All Might's diminishing power and planned to exploit it with Nomu, who was undoubtedly at his peak. He warned All Might that he couldn't fight Nomu, recalling how his previous attacks had done nothing to the formidable foe. All Might raised a hand, his trademark smile returning as he assured Izuku that he had everything under control. Without hesitation, he charged toward Shigaraki, ready to confront the threat. Nomu stepped in front of Shigaraki just in time to absorb the force of All Might's attack. The creature let out a guttural sound as its wandering eyes focused on All Might, lunging to grab him. All Might ducked under its arms and retaliated with a powerful strike to its torso, acknowledging its strength. He unleashed a flurry of attacks on Nomu's face, each blow stronger than the last, but the creature remained unfazed, continuing its attempts to seize him. Shigaraki taunted All Might, revealing that Nomu had shock absorption and that the only way to hurt him was to wear him down. He expressed delight at All Might's predicament, claiming that he had finally met his match. All Might thanked Shigaraki for the information, using it to his advantage. He maneuvered behind Nomu and executed a suplex, sending debris flying as he struck. Izuku shielded himself from the blast, dust swirling around them. He wanted to help but knew he would only hinder All Might's efforts. Instead, he focused on finding a safe distance to assist others in escaping. Despite his reservations, he had to trust in All Might's abilities. As he prepared to use his grapple gun, Izuku's heart sank when he saw the warp villain return. Kurogiri had used his quirk to bring Nomu through the ground, allowing the creature to grab hold of All Might, targeting his injury. Blood seeped from All Might's mouth and side as Nomu's fingers dug in deeper. Shigaraki gloated about their advantage, commending Kurogiri for his work. All Might struggled against Nomu's grip, but the creature began to sink deeper into the warp gate, leaving All Might half-submerged. Kurogiri remarked on the irony of the situation, expressing his enjoyment at the prospect of tearing a hero apart. Izuku knew he couldn't abandon All Might, no matter the cost. He launched his grapple hook toward Kurogiri, determined to intervene and prevent them from taking All Might down. He growled in surprise and anger as the grapple line reeled him in towards Izuku, who, upon reaching him, slammed his armor into the ground. Shigaraki flinched as his trump card vanished from his side. At that moment, a path of ice swiftly spread across the ground, freezing the Nomu's entire right side. It was Todoroki. He informed Shigaraki that one of his poorly trained thugs had revealed his intention to kill All Might. With the Nomu immobilized and Kurogiri subdued, All Might loosened the monster's grip on him and propelled himself towards his two students. Shigaraki looked up in alarm as he saw Kirishima soaring towards him, narrowly evading his incoming attack. Kurogiri attempted to shift under Izuku's hand, but Izuku pressed down harder on his armored body. He warned Kurogiri not to even think about moving, brandishing a stun gun from his belt and pressing it against the villain's armor plating. Electricity crackled around Kurogiri, who roared in pain as his dark mist sputtered and flared. Izuku noted that the electricity was enough to stop the hearts of 5 men and remarked on the irony of a being made of mist needing to wear armor, suggesting that Kurogiri must be protecting something beneath it. He warned Kurogiri that any further movement would result in a shocking consequence. Kurogiri growled in frustration but remained still. The attack on the USJ left everyone shaken. Phones rang incessantly from reporters, parents, and concerned citizens demanding to speak to Nizu or anyone who could explain why the students were in such danger. Reports about the incident and the League of Villains dominated every news channel, magazine, and web forum. Over 70 villains were arrested after the attack, but they were all low-level thugs or petty criminals. They claimed they had been approached by Shigaraki and Kurogiri, who promised them handsome rewards for helping to kill All Might and a few school kids. None of them had ever heard of their benefactors before or knew anything about their whereabouts. In the conference room back at UA High, Principal Nizu, All Might, Vlad King, Snipe, and Midnight listened to the report presented by Detective Naomasa Tsukachi, who was assigned to the case. He explained that they had been doing everything possible to gather information on the so-called League of Villains. While they had made some progress, they had not found anything on Shigaraki so far. They had searched their records for men in their 20s and 30s registered with some form of disintegration quirk, but had come up empty. The same was true for Kurogiri. Their conclusion was that they were either not citizens or were using aliases, making them difficult to track. Vlad King expressed frustration, stating that they essentially knew nothing. Snipe insisted they needed to track down the villains, noting that he had shot their ringleader, but once he healed he would likely try something similar again. All Might remarked that the attack on the USJ had been too bold, as no sane adult would attempt such a thing. He recalled how the ringleader had monologued about his reasons for the attack, boasting about the Nomu's many quirks but never mentioning his own powers. When things did not go his way, he had shown visible frustration, almost like a child throwing a tantrum. All Might realized that bragging about the Nomu's quirks had been a tactic to draw him into a fight. Nizu pointed out that it was strategically foolish for Shigaraki to reveal his quirks up front instead of keeping them a secret. All Might continued, observing that Shigaraki made wild, immature claims but did so with a straight face. He spoke about the Nomu as if it were a pet, suggesting he had never been told no before and believed things would always go his way. All Might characterized him as a spoiled man-child. Vlad King noted that he was a child with incredible power. Detective Tsukachi expressed concern that this man-child had managed to rally others to follow his reckless plan, indicating that they viewed him as a genuine leader. A gruff voice interjected, stating that nothing was more dangerous than a villain with a cause. The teachers turned to see the dark figure of Batman standing in the doorway. Midnight greeted him playfully, batting her eyelashes, while All Might inquired about his presence. Tsukachi explained that Batman had been brought in as a consultant to assist in the investigation of the League of Villains. All Might was skeptical, but Tsukachi defended Batman's unmatched forensic and deductive reasoning, noting his impressive track record in solving criminal cases. He also pointed out that Izuku Midoriya, one of the students involved in the USJ attack, was Batman's ward, making the case relevant to him as well. Batman commented that criminals were feeling increased pressure now that the world was filled with heroes, making it understandable why they would resort to such a simplistic attack. He then revealed that the attack was an attempt on All Might's life, stating that Shigaraki's sole desire was to eliminate him. He had brought as many hired thugs as possible to help take All Might down, intending to kill the students as a way to break his spirit. Batman described Shigaraki's obsession with All Might as something beyond mere criminality, labeling it psychosis. He noted the Nomu was specifically designed with All Might in mind, possessing not only strength and speed but also multiple quirks. All Might acknowledged this, asking for Batman's point. Batman explained that it was too coincidental for a creature like the Nomu to have abilities that rivaled All Might's while also possessing quirks that countered his own. He suggested that Shigaraki was not the mastermind behind the attack, as he was too immature and impulsive. The warp villain seemed to serve more as Shigaraki's handler than as a subordinate. Batman concluded that the Nomu was a product of genetic engineering not seen since the emergence of Doomsday, which raised suspicions about a greater force behind Shigaraki. He asserted that he did not believe in coincidence. Everything pointed back to All Might, indicating that the mastermind must have a connection to him, someone with a personal vendetta. It was only a matter of time before this individual revealed themselves, whether by choice or by force. They needed to be prepared. The teachers exchanged anxious glances. Midnight began to voice her concerns about how to prepare for such an unpredictable threat, but Batman had already vanished. All Might rolled his eyes, acknowledging Batman's tendency to disappear unexpectedly. Vlad King questioned whether they could trust him, to which All Might sighed in response. He admitted that while he had doubts, they had little choice in the matter. Everything Batman had said resonated with him, and if anyone could uncover the truth behind the League of Villains, it was Batman. Izuku sat at his desk, surrounded by his classmates who were engaged in lively conversation. The school had been closed the previous day, allowing students a brief respite after the harrowing attack at the USJ. Despite the break, Izuku found it impossible to relax. He had spent his entire day off training at the warehouse. He felt a surge of anger within him. After all the hard work he had put into preparing for youth, pushing himself beyond his limits, it still hadn't been enough. He had barely survived the villain attack, and if Batman, All Might, and the other teachers hadn't arrived when they did, the Nomu and the villains would have overwhelmed them. He felt inadequate, still not strong enough to protect those he cared about. No matter how hard he trained, All Might's words echoed in his mind. Can you be a hero? Not without a quirk. Kirishima called out to him, pulling him from his thoughts. He had startled Izuku, who quickly apologized. A week had passed since Aizawa announced the sports festival, and advertisements for the event had flooded the school. Izuku found the anxiety he felt about the festival to be ironic. He had endured 10 months of Batman's rigorous training, intense battles in the underground, relentless sessions with Aizawa, and even a villain attack. Yet, the sports festival represented a chance for him to shine and prove to everyone, including himself, that he truly belonged at UA. He hoped his secret weapon would be sufficient. He had dedicated countless hours in the support lab to create a new device, one that was more powerful than anything else he had developed. It required precise execution, and with the festival only 2 weeks away, he needed to stay focused. He figured the sports festival would serve as an adequate field test for his invention, as long as he didn't accidentally cause any harm. As the bell rang, signaling the end of study hall, Uraraka, Izuku, and Iida prepared to head to lunch. Suddenly, Uraraka halted at the door, her eyes widening. The entire school seemed to be gathered outside their classroom, staring at Class 1A in silence. Uraraka nervously asked why they were blocking the doorway, while Iida inquired if they had business with their class. Mineta indignantly declared that he wouldn't allow them to hold them hostage. Izuku scanned the crowd, noticing the fear and anxiety etched on many faces, as if they were gazing into a den of fierce beasts. It was clear they were sizing up their competition, especially since Class 1A was the only class to have survived a real villain attack. As Izuku stepped forward, whispers rippled through the crowd. They murmured about him, the quirkless student who had gained sponsorship from Batman. Some expressed skepticism about his abilities, while others speculated about the gadgets he might possess. Iida attempted to restore order, urging the crowd to let them through. A voice from the crowd cut through the tension, belonging to a student with wavy purple hair and deep shadows under his eyes, reminiscent of Aizawa. He remarked on the supposed arrogance of Class 1A, expressing disappointment after observing them. He revealed that he had also aspired to join the hero course but had been forced to take a different path. Turning his gaze to Izuku, he noted how the entire school was talking about him, highlighting his unique situation of being in the course without a quirk and having a sponsorship from a prominent pro-hero. The student questioned whether Izuku was truly as strong as he believed, suggesting that fancy gadgets could only mask his true abilities. Uraraka defended Izuku, asserting that he had consistently proven his worth. The student shrugged off her comment, stating that he had another chance to prove himself in the upcoming sports festival. He declared that if any of them failed to bring their best, he would seize their spot in the hero course, framing it as a declaration of war. Some students in Class 1A exchanged nervous glances. However, Izuku felt intrigued rather than threatened by the student's boldness. This individual radiated confidence and determination, more so than anyone he had encountered before. Izuku suspected that this student possessed a powerful quirk, and he wondered why he had not been accepted into the hero program. Suddenly, another voice interrupted, belonging to an animated student with sharp teeth and wavy silver hair. He rushed toward them, expressing his disdain for Class 1A and accusing them of arrogance. Izuku tuned him out, feeling frustrated. It seemed that despite their near-death experience just a week ago, they were being blamed for the villain attack. The skepticism surrounding the possibility of a quirkless hero overshadowed his talents and abilities once again. He had grown weary of the doubts and negativity. He didn't care about sponsors, fame, or recognition. He had one goal for the sports festival: to demonstrate that those without powers could still be powerful. It was the morning of the festival, and the stadium outside the school was filled to capacity with people. Pro-heroes from across the country, reporters, local celebrities, vendors, fans, and enthusiasts eagerly anticipated the events that awaited them inside the stadium walls. The students of UA had trained tirelessly for this moment, a chance to showcase their skills. Pro-heroes in training were hoping for internships at agencies, support students aimed to display their creations for various companies, and general education students sought scholarships to their desired colleges. Even the business students were seizing the opportunity by selling UA merchandise. This was a place where dreams could come true. Izuku and his classmates waited in the Class 1A waiting room, preparing to change into their gym uniforms for the first events. Aishido expressed his disappointment, wishing he could wear his costume. Ojiro reassured him that at least everyone would be in uniforms, which would keep things fair. Kirishima excitedly asked Izuku about the gadgets he would be using that day. Izuku had thought long and hard about this. He had filled out a form weeks ago detailing the support items he planned to use. He had his secret weapon but didn't want to reveal it too early in the festival. He wrestled with the desire to keep his utility belt, recalling the words of a purple-haired student, "Fancy gadgets and gizmos can only provide a showy front. Without them, are you really as strong as you think you are?" He stood in front of his locker, holding his belt. Uraraka approached him with concern, asking if he was okay. Izuku reassured her that he was fine, but she encouraged him not to let the boy's words rattle him. After everything he had done and experienced with them, he deserved to be there just as much as anyone else. Izuku glanced back at his utility belt, questioning if he was just a collection of showy gadgets. Shoji pointed out that using a quirk was no different. As the event began, Midnight shouted into the microphone, announcing the start of the festival. She raised her nine-tailed whip, and a large jumbotron screen appeared behind her, revealing the first challenge, an obstacle course. Midnight explained that all 11 classes would participate in this challenging contest, outlining the 4-kilometer track outside the stadium. She slyly added that as long as competitors stayed on course, they were free to do as they wished. The students gathered around the gate leading to the course, and Izuku readied himself as he nervously watched the countdown. As the countdown reached 0, the students scrambled toward the gate, colliding with one another in their haste. Izuku hesitated, realizing they were being tested on how they would navigate through the chaos. Suddenly, a wave of ice erupted in the cramped space of the gate, causing students to slip and slide as the ground froze solid. Todoroki had clearly decided to hinder others' progress. Determined not to be stopped, Izuku leaped to avoid the ice and pulled his grapple hook from his belt, firing it upward. The hook embedded itself in the roof of the gateway, launching him upward. Surveying the scene, he saw Todoroki pulling ahead while several classmates were close behind. Izuku noticed the purple-haired student being carried through the ice by 4 others. He released the clamp of the grapple gun and launched it forward, latching onto the ground next to Todoroki. However, Todoroki quickly froze the line solid, snapping it off. Izuku was propelled forward by the momentum but landed on the ice below. Thinking quickly, he tumbled in the air and landed on his feet, allowing the ice to carry him forward. As Todoroki noticed Mineta leaping toward him, prepared to throw one of his sticky ball, he was abruptly smacked across the face by a long, metal object. The students halted in their tracks as they faced a wall of villain robots, including several zero-pointers from the entrance exam. Without hesitation, Todoroki placed a frozen hand on the ground, freezing the zero-point robots solid. Students began to shout in excitement, realizing they could slip through the legs of the frozen robots. However, Izuku quickly understood Todoroki's strategy. The frozen robots would soon become unstable and crash down, potentially causing chaos and harm to the other students. Izuku couldn't let that happen. He reached into his belt and pulled out 3 explosive batarangs, having increased their power since his fight with the Nomu. With swift precision, he threw each one at the falling robots, each sticking into their giant red optic sensors. The explosion sent the robots crashing down, and Todoroki quickly used his ice to shield himself from the resulting shockwave. Todoroki had surged ahead with an impressive display of power, but Midoriya countered him with a remarkable move of his own. The excitement surrounding their competition was palpable, and the commentators noted the intensity of their rivalry. Aizawa observed that Todoroki's attack was both offensive and defensive, while Midoriya seemed almost entirely focused on defense. He could have easily advanced and left his classmates behind, but instead he chose to protect them from the falling robots, demonstrating a selfless nature. Present Mike remarked on Midoriya's relentless spirit, while Aizawa suggested that perhaps Midoriya simply did not care about competition. Regardless, the robot villain stood no chance against the students' impressive skills. As the smaller robots began to surround the students following the zero-pointers, Izuku pressed forward. He reached into his utility belt, retrieving explosive batarangs and launching them at a 1-point and a 3-point robot, which were destroyed upon impact. A 2-point robot approached him, but Izuku was quicker. He slid beneath its spider-like body, applying explosive gel to its underside before detonating it, sending debris flying across the course. The other students fought valiantly against the encroaching robots, but Izuku continued his relentless advance. Meanwhile, the UA staff observed the unfolding chaos from the teacher's box. Snipe noted that Class 1A seemed to be leading the pack, while All Might acknowledged that the other classes were not performing poorly. They simply lacked the experience and determination that Class 1A had gained from facing real-world threats. 13 highlighted Midoriya's exceptional performance, comparing him to Todoroki and praising Batman's training. All Might recognized the truth in 13's words. Midoriya was exceeding expectations, demonstrating speed, strength, and quick thinking. However, it was his selflessness that truly set him apart from the other students, who were primarily focused on their own success. Instead of using the chaos to his advantage, Midoriya prioritized the safety of his classmates, embodying the qualities of a true hero. All Might's gaze shifted to the VIP box, where Bruce and his family were seated, and he was taken aback to find Bruce staring directly at him, conveying a clear message: "You were wrong." Present Mick's voice echoed over the speakers, announcing the next challenge. Before the students lay a vast chasm that dropped at least 50 feet, filled with narrow, flat-topped buttes and pillars connected by ropes. Uraraka expressed her disbelief at the sudden appearance of such an obstacle, while Azui sprang into action, launching herself onto one of the ropes. A pink-haired student from a support course eagerly demonstrated her grappling skills, leaping into the chasm with a HRSS that controlled her descent. Uraraka, inspired by the student's bravery, charged forward, determined not to be left behind. Todoroki glided effortlessly across the icy ropes, aware that Midoriya was not far behind. Suddenly, 3 batarangs whizzed past him, embedding themselves in the ground ahead. Midoriya was racing across the ropes with acrobatic finesse, his eyes burning with determination as he signaled to Todoroki that he was closing in. As they approached the final obstacle, Present Mike warned the students about the minefield ahead. Todoroki stood at the edge of a dirt field marked with signs that read, "Danger. Mines." He realized he couldn't risk using his ice powers to create a path, as it would provide an advantage to the students behind him. Carefully navigating through the minefield, he witnessed explosions erupting around him as careless students were sent flying. But then he saw Izuku, moving swiftly through the minefield with a keen awareness of his surroundings. Todoroki had no choice but to create an ice path beneath his feet, knowing it would assist the others. As they raced toward the finish line, Todoroki grabbed Izuku's arm, frost forming instantly. Izuku evaded the mines and continued running, their pace quickening as they neared the end of the field. In a surprising move, Izuku leaped into the air, landing on a mine just in front of Todoroki. The mine detonated, propelling Todoroki backward while Izuku soared forward, landing gracefully and sprinting toward the stadium. Todoroki regained his footing but realized it was too late. Izuku had crossed the finish line. Present Mike announced Izuku Midoriya as the champion, and the crowd erupted in applause and cheers. Confetti rained down around Izuku as he knelt to catch his breath, looking up at the VIP box where Alfred and Bruce's family cheered enthusiastically. Bruce maintained his usual stoic demeanor but offered an approving smile and nod, the highest of compliments. Izuku had done it. He had won the first event. 3 days ago, an old man sat at a small, round table, enjoying fish-shaped pastries. He was short and aged, with a scraggly gray beard hanging from his grizzled face. Dressed in a yellow spandex suit with a matching long cape and a black domino mask covering his eyes, he welcomed a tall, handsome man in a black suit who was savoring a cup of coffee provided by his host. Gran Torino expressed his pleasure at seeing Bruce Wayne, who smiled in return. The old man noted that it had been a while since Bruce's last visit, remarking that he saw Bruce more often than his own former student. Bruce admitted that he and the student were still not getting along, to which Gran Torino chuckled, acknowledging their stubborn personalities. Curious about the surprise visit, Gran Torino asked what he could do for Bruce. The response was a request for advice. Gran Torino feigned surprise, suggesting that an old man like him giving advice to the world's greatest detective was either flattering or concerning. Bruce, however, insisted that Gran Torino should be worried, revealing that he was working on the League of Villains case. Gran Torino confirmed that Toshinori had mentioned the case in his last letter. Bruce then shared critical information about a creature called Nomu, which the police had recovered. He explained that the creature had offered no resistance during its arrest and was entirely compliant. Bruce had participated in the interrogation and discovered that the Nomu could not speak or show any reaction, as if it lacked independent thought. Further tests revealed that it was originally a low-level thug with a history of assault and extortion. Gran Torino expressed his shock at the transformation, noting that the creature was no longer human. Bruce grimly confirmed that the changes were due to drags and other unknown methods. When Gran Torino questioned why someone would do such a thing, Bruce revealed that the creature had been modified to hold multiple quirks simultaneously. Gran Torino reacted sharply to this information, and Bruce explained that it was unusual for someone to possess more than one power, even with the introduction of new DNA. He hesitated before clarifying that not all quirks functioned like one for all. Gran Torino, despite his reluctance, pressed for more details. Bruce then suggested that there was someone capable of passing different quirks onto individuals, a fact they both understood. Gran Torino recalled that Toshinori had killed this individual, having witnessed it himself. Bruce reminded him that death was not always as permanent as they once believed. Rising from his chair and steadying himself with his cane, Gran Torino was haunted by memories of a fateful day 5 years prior. The clash of immense power had shaken the earth, and the man responsible for the demise of the symbol of peace, who had also taken Gran Torino's mentor and dear friend, still lingered in the shadows. All for One was still alive, biding his time, growing stronger, and plotting. Gran Torino inquired if Bruce had informed Toshinori about this revelation. Bruce replied that there was more to discuss, specifically mentioning Tamura Shigaraki. Gran Torino expressed confusion about the connection, prompting Bruce to reference Nana Shimura. Izuku hunched over, hands on his knees, catching his breath. He was accustomed to extreme physical exertion, but even he felt taxed by the obstacle course. He glanced over at Todoroki, who was heading to the podium with the other students. Todoroki was impressive, undoubtedly skilled, being the son of Endeavor. It was evident that he was already proficient in using his quirk. Izuku knew he couldn't take any chances or underestimate him, doing so could cost him dearly. Yet, Izuku sensed something was off about Todoroki. There was more to his quirk than met the eye. He only utilized his right side when employing his ice powers, which suggested he was holding back. If Izuku's theory was correct, it meant Todoroki was much more powerful than he let on. But why would he limit himself? Just how strong was he at full capacity? Izuku confronted Todoroki, asking what he wanted now that he had summoned him. Todoroki glared back, and despite Izuku's efforts, he couldn't comprehend the depth of Todoroki's disdain for him. It seemed as though Todoroki cared more about defeating Izuku than about his own success in the sports festival. Izuku expressed his confusion, pointing out that Todoroki had won the cavalry battle and questioned why he was wasting his time. Todoroki admitted he had been overwhelmed at the end of the battle, which led him to break a promise he had made to himself long ago. Izuku inquired if it was related to his fire quirk, realizing there was more to Todoroki's abilities than he had revealed. He questioned why Todoroki had not used it, as it would have given him a significant advantage. Todoroki remained silent for a moment, then revealed that he had underestimated Izuku when they first met. Despite lacking a quirk, Izuku had managed to outsmart him, especially during the incident at the USJ, where he had taken control of a dire situation. Todoroki continued, noting that Izuku was a student of the American hero, Batman. He recounted how his father had dismissed Batman as a mere vigilante, but witnessing Izuku's abilities had changed his perspective. Todoroki felt he should be stronger than Izuku, especially with All Might in the picture. Izuku was puzzled by Todoroki's insinuations about his relationship with All Might. Todoroki pressed on, suggesting there was a connection between them, even questioning if Izuku was All Might's son. This made Izuku laugh, incredulous at the suggestion. He insisted there was nothing of the sort, but Todoroki's sharpness made him uneasy. Todoroki continued, stating that Izuku had known about his father being Endeavor before they truly met. He speculated that if Izuku had a connection to the #1 hero, it would only give him more reason to defeat him. Izuku felt a wave of frustration wash over him, realizing he was being targeted by someone who should be an ally, all because of a perceived connection to All Might. Todoroki explained that his father was ambitious and had never been able to surpass All Might, who represented his failure. He spoke of quirk marriages, a troubling practice from the early generations of superpowers, where individuals sought powerful mates to create strong offspring. Izuku had heard of such arrangements, particularly in Eastern cultures, where people were often forced into unions for political or financial gain. Todoroki revealed that his father had gone to great lengths to secure his mother's quirk, raising him with the intention of surpassing All Might. Izuku felt a pang of sympathy for Todoroki, recognizing the burden of being born into such expectations. It was disheartening to learn that ambition could overshadow the ideals of heroism. Izuku had always aspired to be a hero for the right reasons, to save people and help those in need. The corruption surrounding Endeavor, the number 2 hero, left him feeling nauseated. Todoroki, filled with anger, declared that he refused to be a tool for his father. He recalled painful memories of his mother, who had suffered because of Endeavor's ambitions. He revealed that he had chosen to confront Izuku to prove his worth without relying on his father's fire quirk, determined to take first place on his own terms. And with that, the true nature of Todoroki's struggle became clear. The reason behind Todoroki's angst and animosity towards Izuku stemmed from Endeavor's attempts to live vicariously through him, trying to overshadow All Might. In doing so, he had destroyed the lives of his wife, his son, and perhaps others as well. Now, Todoroki was fighting back in the only way he knew how. He turned and began to walk away, asserting that Izuku was obviously connected to All Might, even if he wouldn't share the details. He declared that no matter how fiercely Izuku came at him in the future, he would defeat him using only his right side. Izuku, undeterred, responded that he couldn't pretend to understand Todoroki's struggles, but that wouldn't stop him from giving it his all. He had fought hard to reach this point, overcoming significant obstacles, and he was determined to come at Todoroki with everything he had. Todoroki remained silent but continued walking away. The intermission had ended, and the students who had not made it into the final 16 were participating in side games. UA had even brought in cheerleaders from America to perform, and Mineta and Kaminari had convinced some girls from Class 1A to join them. Izuku couldn't help but chuckle at how easily Yaoyorozu, despite her intelligence, fell for their antics. Once the games concluded, the 16 finalists were set to participate in a round-robin fighting tournament, where Izuku expected to truly shine. His experiences in the underground had prepared him for powerful quirk users in one-on-one battles, and this time he had his utility belt and a new secret weapon. However, he knew he had to be cautious, as these tools were still largely untested and potentially dangerous. His instincts told him he would need them against Todoroki. Kirishima expressed his excitement about finally having a chance to show their abilities, having watched the finals every year. Midnight instructed the finalists to draw lots for their matchups, reminding them they could either participate in recreational games or prepare for their upcoming battles. Just then, Ojiro raised his hand to announce his withdrawal, shocking everyone around him. He explained that he barely remembered anything from the cavalry battle and felt it wouldn't be right to advance without truly earning his place. The other members of Class 1A tried to persuade him to stay, but Izuku understood that Ojiro's warrior pride wouldn't allow him to continue without clarity on his own journey. Another student from Class 1B, Nairenjiki Shoda, stepped forward to withdraw for the same reason, stating that advancing without earning his spot would go against the festival's values. Midnight, however, seemed unfazed by their sentiments and declared their withdrawals with a crack of her whip. As the replacements were announced, Izuku's heart sank when he saw his first fight would be against Uraraka. It had been 30 minutes since the side games began, and he found himself wandering the halls of the contestant preparation center, knowing he would soon face his best friend in combat. Uraraka was strong, but she wasn't a fighter, and Izuku had studied her quirk thoroughly. Their friendship was now at risk. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out to him. It was Alfred, standing behind him with a foam finger and a smile. Izuku felt a wave of relief wash over him. Alfred mentioned that Izuku had been causing quite a stir among the veteran heroes in attendance and inquired if something was troubling him. Izuku lied, insisting everything was fine, but Alfred saw through him. Izuku confessed his dilemma about having to fight Uraraka. Alfred acknowledged the challenge she posed and reminded Izuku of the many students he had seen come through UA, hinting that Uraraka might be more formidable than he anticipated. There is a common theme among the students who succeed in the course and those who do not. Izuku inquired about what that theme was. Alfred explained that the students who succeed do not always possess lofty goals or admirable intentions. What distinguishes them from others is their willingness to do what is necessary. The path of a hero is fraught with challenges, and sometimes it places them at odds with those they consider friends. Failing to take the necessary actions can only prolong the inevitable struggles ahead. Izuku felt confused and sought clarification. Alfred continued, stating that if Miss Uraraka had not been prepared to do what was necessary to succeed, she would not have come this far. He acknowledged that she likely felt just as conflicted as Izuku but understood that to become a hero, one must answer the call to battle, even when victory seems unlikely. This perspective resonated with Izuku. He recognized that the distinction between hero and villain was not always clear-cut. Heroes often found themselves facing those who were once their friends or allies, depending on the demands of their mission. It was a challenging lesson, but one that heroes confronted daily. Izuku expressed his gratitude to Alfred, who responded that it was his pleasure. He then mentioned that he needed to return to watch the remainder of the games and reminded Izuku that he knew where he needed to be. Gran Torino stood in silence, shaken to his very core. Even though he heard Bruce speak the words, he couldn't believe them. He finally expressed his disbelief, questioning Bruce's seriousness. Bruce confirmed his seriousness, and Gran Torino insisted that he needed to tell Toshinori. Bruce firmly disagreed, explaining that Toshinori would have to face Shigaraki and All for One again, and knowing would only burden him further, making it harder to do what needed to be done. Gran Torino argued that Toshinori had a right to know, but Bruce reassured him that Toshinori would know eventually, just not at that moment. He asked Gran Torino to trust him. Gran Torino sighed deeply, feeling that something was wrong but ultimately agreeing with Bruce. They sat together in silence for a while, Gran Torino staring at the cold pastries before him, his appetite soured. He turned his attention to Bruce, noting the lines on his handsome face, reminiscent of Toshinori. Both men carried the weight of the world on their shoulders, driven by their desire to fight for what was right, and both had experienced great loss. Gran Torino expressed his condolences for Jason, and Bruce responded solemnly, thanking him. When Gran Torino inquired about how Bruce was holding up, Bruce remained silent, and Gran Torino understood the unspoken pain. He mentioned Toshinori's last letter about Bruce's new protege, Izuku Midoriya. Bruce confirmed the name, and Gran Torino noted Toshinori's suspicion that Bruce had taken the boy under his wing to provoke him. Bruce acknowledged that Toshinori's assumption wasn't entirely wrong. Gran Torino chuckled, asking if Bruce thought Midoriya was ready for the sports festival. Bruce confidently stated that he knew Midoriya was ready, and Gran Torino remarked that it would be an event to remember. Meanwhile, Izuku made his way to the preparation rooms, hoping to talk to Uraraka before the match. He stood outside preparation room 2 for at least 2 minutes, trying to muster the courage to knock. Lost in thought, he jumped when he noticed Iida standing beside him, who asked if he was all right. Izuku assured him that he was just distracted. Iida acknowledged their close friendship and admitted that it had been a difficult decision to fight against Izuku in the cavalry battle. Understanding Iida's feelings, Izuku placed a hand on his shoulder, reassuring him that it was okay. Gathering his resolve, Izuku knocked on the door, and Uraraka's voice invited him in. As he and Iida entered, they found her sitting at a long folding table, looking a mix of happy, excited, and fearful. Izuku awkwardly greeted her, and she admitted to being a little nervous. Iida tried to comfort her, suggesting that Izuku wouldn't use his full strength against her. Izuku hesitated, torn between wanting to protect his friend and fearing that not going all out would upset her. Uraraka, however, expressed her determination, insisting that he should not go easy on her. She looked Izuku in the eyes, revealing a hidden strength behind her bubbly demeanor. She acknowledged his abilities and reflected on her initial reliance on him during the cavalry battle. She felt embarrassed for herself when Iida mentioned his determination to beat Izuku. Izuku had never considered that Uraraka might look up to him. He was used to being underestimated and had been told he was a useless nobody by Kaken. The admiration from both Iida and Uraraka was a new experience for him. Uraraka declared that everyone was facing their futures and giving it their best, meaning they were all rivals, even her and Izuku. With a shaky thumbs up, she promised to see him on the battlefield. Izuku smiled, realizing just how amazing Uraraka truly was. It was time for the first battle of the finals, and Present Mike announced the exciting matchup. As Izuku made his way onto the field, he spotted Uraraka entering the stadium across from him. Her face was pale, yet her determination shone through. They both approached the center of the stadium, where a large fighting ring was surrounded by towering flaming torches. Standing on opposite sides of the ring, they faced each other. Izuku and Uraraka's performance in the first event captivated the audience, with the stadium buzzing as contestants and spectators discussed the thrilling and controversial match. Uraraka's powerful quirk, tenacity, and strategic use of Izuku's tools earned her significant praise from the professionals. Meanwhile, Izuku received mixed reviews. One attendee remarked on Midoriya's impressive abilities, noting how remarkable it was for him to achieve so much without a quirk. Another observer pointed out the challenges he faced in comparison to Endeavor's son, suggesting that competition was tough. Despite the chatter around him, Izuku remained focused on Uraraka. After leaving the arena, he accompanied her to see Recovery Girl. The explosions had taken a toll on her, but thankfully, her injuries were not severe. Still, Izuku felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. He repeatedly expressed his apologies to Uraraka as Recovery Girl worked to heal her. Surprisingly cheerful, Uraraka reassured him, reminding him that she had encouraged him not to hold back. Izuku felt sheepish, still troubled by the outcome of their match. Recovery Girl confirmed that while the bomb had caused some burns, they were healing well. Izuku's stomach twisted with concern. He was proud of Uraraka's performance but felt terrible that their match had to be the first, limiting her chances to showcase her abilities to potential recruiters. He understood the pressure she faced in becoming a hero, especially in such a competitive field. With only 3 opportunities to make a lasting impression, he feared he had taken one away from her. Such was the nature of competition, he thought. Uraraka, sensing his turmoil, encouraged him, stating that the match had been a valuable learning experience for her. Reminded him that his match would be starting soon and urged him to prepare, promising to cheer him on. With some hesitation, Izuku left for the preparation rooms, while Recovery Girl attended to her other duties, leaving Uraraka alone. She took her phone from her gym bag but hesitated to open it, staring at it as tears welled in her eyes. She felt she had failed, burdened by the weight of her aspirations and the disappointment of being eliminated in the first round. Just then, a tall, slender man in a black pinstripe suit and bow tie appeared in the doorway of the medical wing. He was elderly, with a balding head and a kind expression. Concerned, he asked if she was all right. Uraraka attempted to stand but found her knee buckling beneath her. The adrenaline from the fight had faded, revealing her soreness despite Recovery Girl's treatment. The man extended his hand to steady her, and she noticed the stitching on her knee had come undone, causing it to bleed. He offered to help, placing his hand on her knee. Initially startled by his forwardness, Uraraka felt a warm sensation as his hand began to glow. Moments later, he withdrew his hand, and her knee was completely healed. Bowing slightly, he introduced himself as Alfred Pennyworth and inquired about her well-being. Uraraka expressed her gratitude and introduced herself as Ochako Uraraka, curious if he was a doctor. Alfred clarified that he was merely an old friend of Recovery Girl. Intrigued, Uraraka remarked on the rarity of healing quirks. Alfred explained that while they are indeed rare, no two are alike. He took a seat across from her and asked what was troubling her. Uraraka initially brushed it off, but Alfred pointed out that she should be proud of her performance in the festival. She admitted that she had rushed her strategy and lacked a backup plan, leading to her defeat. Alfred pondered whether failing was truly a bad thing. She nodded sadly, explaining that she had hoped to progress further in the festival to showcase her abilities. Alfred noted that Izuku Midoriya was rumored to have been trained by the Batman, suggesting that she had faced a significant challenge from the outset. Uraraka acknowledged his greatness, feeling small in comparison, and tears streamed down her face as she buried her face in her hands. Alfred gently asked her why she wanted to be a hero. Uraraka sniffed and wiped her tears, sharing her desire to help her parents financially. Alfred recognized her goal as noble but cautioned that it could be dangerous. When she inquired further, he replied that it was not his place to say. Uraraka contemplated her situation, realizing that her parents valued her for more than just financial success. The path of a hero was fraught with challenges, danger, and often loneliness. Alfred prompted her to think about her motivations, asking what her reason for becoming a hero would be if her parents were financially secure. She fell silent, struggling to find an answer. While her parents had been her primary motivation, she had also considered other options, such as working with her father and using her quirk in a different capacity. Her father had always encouraged her to chase her dreams, no matter what they were. She thought of Deku and his unwavering commitment to his heroic aspirations. Ultimately, her deepest desire had been to relieve her parents' suffering, even at her own expense. Alfred reassured her that it was okay not to have an answer right away, suggesting that she might already know the truth. He posed a question about the essence of heroism being service to others before bowing and leaving her to reflect. After some time, Uraraka decided to clean up and join Deku and the others to watch the matches. As she changed into a new gym uniform, her phone rang unexpectedly, startling her. It was her father. She greeted him, trying to mask her surprise. Her father's enthusiastic voice filled her with warmth as he expressed pride in her performance. His unwavering positivity brought her to her knees, tears streaming down her face. Despite their struggles, he always managed to smile. She recognized the toll it took on him, yet he shielded her from the weight of their hardships. Concerned, her father asked what was wrong. Through her tears, she confessed her feelings of failure. He gently reminded her that losing a match didn't define her potential as a pro hero and reassured her that there would be other opportunities. Uraraka wished she could have performed better. Her father chuckled, asking why she felt the need to rush. She explained her desire to help them as soon as possible. He comforted her, emphasizing that her journey to becoming a hero should not be driven by pressure. He acknowledged her selflessness and belief in helping others, expressing confidence that she would become a compassionate hero. Alfred's words echoed in her mind, and she finally recognized her true calling. Her father then shared exciting news about a new opportunity that had come his way. An American businessman had contacted him about expanding his company in Japan, impressed by her father's work. This development meant he could hire more people and invest in new projects. Uraraka could hardly believe the news. Her father had become the exclusive consulting contractor for a major company, allowing her to focus on her journey to becoming a hero without the burden of financial pressure. Overwhelmed with happiness, she sank to her knees, realizing that her family would be okay. In that moment, she understood her identity and purpose. She was Ochako Uraraka, determined to save others and be a hero. Meanwhile, Izuku made his way back to the stadium, estimating that the first round of matches was nearing its conclusion. He needed to prepare for his next battle but had spent so much time with Uraraka that he hadn't analyzed his opponent's quirks, putting him at a disadvantage. He hurried back, hoping to catch the end of the first round. At the end of the hall leading to the stadium entrance, he spotted Shinszo, a general education student, leaning against the wall. Their eyes met, and Izuku felt an unsettling chill. Shinszo acknowledged Izuku, stating that they would face each other in the next match. Before Izuku could respond, Ojiro appeared behind him, using his tail to cover Izuku's mouth, warning him to stay quiet. Shinszo smirked and walked away. Once Ojiro released him, he expressed concern about not having seen Shinszo's match. Izuku explained that he had been with Uraraka. Ojiro insisted that they needed to talk and urged him to follow. The young hero was known for his unique quirk, which set him apart from others in his class. It granted him extraordinary abilities that he was still learning to control. As he trained, he faced various challenges, pushing himself to master his powers and prove his worth among his peers. Each day brought new trials, but he remained determined to rise to the occasion, fueled by his dreams of becoming a great hero. The bonds he formed with his classmates only strengthened his resolve, as they supported each other through their individual journeys. Together, they faced the uncertainties of their futures, ready to confront whatever obstacles lay ahead. Ojiro explained the situation regarding the mind control quirk, recalling how a general studies student had walked out of the ring during the first match, confirming Ojiro's suspicions about the quirk's nature. Izuku clasped his hands together, feeling a churn in his stomach. He had encountered reports of villains with similar abilities, which were rare and dangerous. Memories of his time in the warehouse with Bruce flooded back, where they had analyzed case files of criminals with mind-altering powers. These abilities varied widely, from those who used pheromones to influence others to those who employed technology to control their victims. Bruce had always emphasized the importance of never underestimating such foes. The concept of mind control sounded even more daunting when voiced. Izuku wondered if he could defend against something so insidious. Bruce clarified that one could not simply manipulate a mind like a chess piece, but the constitution could be influenced under the right conditions. He explained that while there were various methods of control, there were also ways to resist it. Izuku sought advice on how to combat this threat. Bruce advised that the best defense was to avoid being brainwashed in the first place. A preemptive approach often yielded the best results. If one were to fall under such influence, preparation was crucial. The effects of mind control typically targeted the frontal lobe, which governed cognitive thought and choice, leading to a foggy mind where primal instincts could take over. Bruce emphasized the importance of focus in resisting these effects. He instructed Izuku to train his mind to combat the overwhelming stimuli and to center his thoughts on his true identity. To help with this, Bruce subjected Izuku to various intense simulations designed to overwhelm his senses, pushing him to stay still and repeat affirmations of his identity. As Izuku focused on his training, he was jolted back to reality by Ojiro's voice. Ojiro recounted his experience with the mind controller, noting that the villain had not fully taken control until he had asked a question during the second round. Ojiro speculated that a sudden external stimulus, like an unexpected bump, might have broken the villain's hold on him, which intrigued Izuku as it aligned with Bruce's notion of a catalyst. Izuku contemplated the implications of Ojiro's experience. While external trauma could potentially snap someone back to their senses, relying on such a gamble in a one-on-one battle was risky. Ojiro stood up, expressing hope that his insights would be helpful. Izuku thanked him sincerely, acknowledging Ojiro's support. Ojiro admitted he had hoped for a chance to face Izuku in the tournament, having been inspired by his performance during battle training. Izuku assured him that they would have their match, and Ojiro urged him to defeat the mind controller for both of them. With determination, Izuku promised to do his best. And now for our second round. The booming voice of Present Mike was met with a roar of applause. Everyone knew the rules. Immobilize your opponent or force them out of the ring. Izuku tightened his utility belt and stood before his opponent, Shinszo, whose expressionless face was only betrayed by the intense glare in his eyes. A chill ran down Izuku's spine as he met that gaze. He needed to end this match quickly. If Shinszo's quirk was as powerful as he feared, he couldn't allow him to use it. Moreover, Izuku hadn't seen Shinszo in action and had no knowledge of his hand-to-hand combat skills. Shinszo taunted Izuku, suggesting he could just give up. Instead of responding, Izuku dropped into a fighting stance. Shinszo chuckled, stating that this was a test of Izuku's spirit. If he truly knew what he wanted for his future, he couldn't worry about what others thought. Present Mike shouted for them to get ready, and Shinszo continued to taunt Izuku, making a comment about pride and calling someone an idiot for throwing away their chance. Izuku felt anger boiling within him but remained silent, refusing to let Shinszo's words get to him. Shinszo looked slightly annoyed at Izuku's lack of response. "Begin," Present Mike announced. Shinszo declared his intention to finish the match quickly, making another taunt about Izuku's past. In a moment of anger, Izuku snapped back, but suddenly everything around him felt fuzzy, and his conscious thoughts began to drift away. He could only vaguely see Shinszo's smug smirk through the fog clouding his mind. Shinszo claimed victory, stating that he had won. Ojiro stood nearby, exasperated, while Uraraka expressed alarm at what was happening. Iida explained that it was Shinszo's quirk and that Izuku had been brainwashed. Present Mike noted the unexpected turn of events, emphasizing how the festival was full of surprises. Aizawa's voice chimed in, explaining that Shinszo had failed the practical exam to enter the hero course and had applied for general studies instead. Despite his strong quirk, the entrance test had favored those with physical abilities, leaving Shinszo at a disadvantage. Shinszo continued his taunts, suggesting that Izuku was lucky to have made it into the hero course despite being quirkless. Izuku felt his limbs moving toward the edge of the ring, unable to think clearly. It felt as if a part of him was compelled to obey Shinszo, almost like a survival instinct. As he neared the edge, he realized he had fallen for Shinsu's bait and was about to lose. Shinsu's voice cut through the fog, expressing his own dreams of becoming a true hero and commanding Izuku to lose for him. Izuku fought against the fog in his mind, trying to remember what Bruce had taught him. He struggled to recall his name, feeling the weight of his identity slipping away. Then, a voice echoed in his mind, calling to him. It was familiar. His mind began to clear as he repeated his name, and he finally came to a stop. With newfound determination, he declared that he was a hero. Izuku slammed his gauntlet fist into the ground, creating an explosion that left a large crack in the ring. As the smoke cleared, he found he had stopped just inches from the edge. Present Mike shouted in surprise at Izuku's last-minute save, and the crowd erupted in applause. Izuku turned to face Shinszo, who was now shocked and angry, unable to comprehend how Izuku had managed to fight back. Izuku remained silent, knowing better this time. He charged toward the stunned Shinszo, who expressed disbelief that someone could break his hold. Shinszo lamented that he had always been at a disadvantage due to his quirk, but he acknowledged that Izuku had been blessed with someone like Batman at his side. Izuku understood the truth in Shinsu's words. He had lived with the feeling of being overshadowed by others with quirks, but he had also been fortunate. Bruce had seen potential in him that others had overlooked. Shinszo continued to taunt him, emphasizing how easy it would be for Izuku to reach his goals with his training and support. Frustrated, Shinszo threw a punch at Izuku, but he deftly dodged it. Using Shinsu's momentum against him, Izuku grabbed his arm and threw him toward the edge of the ring. The crowd fell silent as Shinszo hit the floor hard, and his world faded to darkness. Whenever anyone asked about Hitoshi Shinszo's quirk, they always treated him differently afterward. Some people were excited or jealous about his power, imagining all the things they could do with it. Others were terrified, afraid to be in his presence lest they be controlled. He couldn't blame them. He assumed that if he encountered someone with such a power, he would think they might use it for evil too. They would often say things like, "sounds criminal," or "perfect power for a villain to have." He was accustomed to being viewed as the bad guy. But he wasn't. Midnight announced that Shinszo was out of bounds, and Izuku Midoriya advanced to the next round. As the crowd roared in applause, Shinszo stood across from Izuku, looking sullen and angry. Izuku understood his frustration. There was so much riding on his performance in the festival, and he still had a long road ahead. Izuku asked Shinszo why he wanted to be a hero. Shinszo shrugged and walked away, expressing that one couldn't help what their heart longed for. Izuku felt a connection, having experienced similar doubts throughout his life. Every time someone told him he could never be a hero or that his dreams were unrealistic, it weighed heavily on him. He could see that same weight on Shinszo's shoulders. They were alike in that regard. Izuku encouraged Shinszo to keep trying, sharing that he had almost given up on his dream once. He pointed toward the crowd, indicating that there were people who believed in Shinszo, including himself. Shinszo looked toward his classmates, who were cheering for him, and he was surprised to hear several pro-heroes discussing his potential. With a quirk like Shinszo's, they remarked, catching criminals would be easy. They expressed disbelief that he was placed in Class 1C, suggesting he would have dominated if he had more combat experience. Izuku reassured Shinszo that he had supporters now and urged him not to give up. Shinszo, still not looking at Izuku, declared his determination to get onto the hero track, get certified, and become a better pro than any of them. Izuku nodded, playfully suggesting that Shinszo should learn to throw a better punch. As Shinszo attempted to use his quirk again, Izuku was prepared and managed to shake it off. Shinszo chuckled, finally turning back to him, reminding Izuku to keep his guard up and not to lose. Izuku smiled as he made his way back to the preparation room, feeling confident that he would see Shinszo again soon. During the first round, Todoroki made his way toward the arena, where he and his classmate Sero were the last fight of the first round. He was still pondering Midoriya's victory over Uraraka, realizing it was foolish of her to catch him off guard. Yet, Todoroki was confident he would prevail. Even though he was up against his friend, he believed there was no way Midoriya would lose. However, he was surprised by Midoriya's new equipment. He knew Midoriya favored explosives, but these new gauntlets could give him a significant edge against the other competitors. They seemed versatile, projecting explosions outwardly from his hands for better control. This would allow Midoriya to engage at close range, delivering powerful attacks. But Todoroki was not worried. He had underestimated Midoriya before, but not anymore. He planned to win using his mother's quirk, quickly and efficiently, to show everyone, especially Midoriya, that he did not need his father's quirk to succeed. Suddenly, Todoroki froze when he saw a towering figure at the end of the hallway. The powerful presence, easily over 6 feet tall, was made even more intimidating by the billowing red flames that surrounded him. The figure's face and shoulders were engulfed in orange flames, but even they could not mask the scowl he wore. Endeavor confronted Todoroki, criticizing him for not using the power in his left side, which could have led to an overwhelming victory in the first rounds. Instead, he accused Todoroki of stubbornness, allowing himself to be bested by a quirkless boy twice. Todoroki retorted that the quirkless boy had been trained by Batman, but Endeavor dismissed this as an excuse. He insisted it was time for Todoroki to stop his childish rebellion and fulfill his duty to surpass All Might. He warned that continuing to limit himself would only lead to more defeats. Ignoring his father's words, Todoroki walked past him without looking back. Endeavor pressed on, reminding him that he was different from his siblings and that he was his greatest masterpiece. This title infuriated Todoroki, who felt reduced to a trophy and tool in his father's eyes. He expressed his anger, declaring that he would win the match using only his mother's quirk, refusing to give Endeavor the satisfaction of seeing him use his own. Endeavor warned him that even if that strategy worked in the tournament, he would soon discover the limits of that power. Enough standing around. Present Mike announced, energizing the crowd. Let's welcome our next competitors, the last of the first round. Flames erupted from the 4 corners of the arena as cheers filled the air. He's got skills, but those elbows are quite unusual. From the hero course. It's hand to Sero. Sero stretched his arms, feeling the tension in his muscles. Present Mike continued, facing him is an early frontrunner in the competition, someone who is exceptionally strong. He earned his place in the hero course through recommendations. It's Shoto Todoroki. Uraraka and Iida sat on the edge of their seats, wishing that Deku could witness this moment, but he and Ojiro were preparing for his next match. Uraraka noticed something unsettling about Todoroki. She nudged Iida and expressed her concern. Does Todoroki look different somehow? What do you mean? Iida asked, curious. I mean, he just seems off, Uraraka replied. Now that you mention it, Iida said, observing closely. Todoroki's head was bowed, his long hair casting a shadow over his eyes. An unusual aura surrounded him, making Iida feel uneasy. I wonder what could be troubling him? Begin. Present Mike shouted. Sero sighed as he continued to stretch. I don't think I can win this fight, he admitted. But still. In a flash, Sero unleashed a long strip of tape from his elbow, wrapping it around Todoroki. With impressive strength, he hurled his opponent toward the edge of the ring. I don't feel like losing either. Whoa! Present Mike exclaimed. A surprising move from the underdog. What a strong start, Sero. For a moment, it seemed the match might end before it truly began. However, the force of the throw blew Todoroki's hair from his face, revealing a fierce intensity in his eyes that startled Uraraka. From within Todoroki's gaze emanated a boiling determination that could unsettle even the bravest. He had always been calm and composed, but the Todoroki facing Sero now was different. Apologies, Todoroki said, slamming his foot to the ground and halting Sero's momentum. In an instant, ice began to creep across the ground, encasing Sero. The entire stadium trembled as the audience gasped in alarm. Meanwhile, Izuku and Ojiro were returning to the stadium when the ground shook violently beneath them. Is that an earthquake? Ojiro shouted, steadying himself against the wall. The shaking ceased, and they sprinted toward the bleachers. The audience fell silent as a massive wall of ice loomed inches from their faces. The heroes patrolling the ground stood frozen in shock, and even present Mike struggled to find words. A towering mountain of jagged ice rose from the arena, stretching far beyond the open roof of the stadium. Todoroki exhaled softly, a small cloud of vapor escaping his mouth. His left side was covered in frost and ice, and he effortlessly broke free from the icy grip that had held him. Sero said weakly, trapped at the base of the ice mountain. Don't you think you went a little overboard? Tell the truth, Sero, Midnight said, half frozen and shivering. Can you move at all? Are you kidding? Sero replied. Obviously not. I'm freezing. Sero has been immobilized. Midnight announced. Todoroki advances to the second round. The audience offered supportive cheers, trying to comfort the frozen Sero. Todoroki approached his opponent, looking almost apologetic. Sorry, he said. That was a bit much. He placed his left hand on Sero's chest, and the ice around him began to melt. I was angry is all. Izuku watched with curiosity as Todoroki freed Sero from his icy prison, sensing a deep sadness in Todoroki's expression. Present time. Izuku's fight with Shinszo marked the beginning of the second round of battles. The victors advancing included Todoroki and Izuku himself, along with Ishido, who had impressively knocked Aoyama out of the match with a powerful uppercut. Kirishima, in an incredible display, managed to tie with his rival Tetsu, leading to a tiebreaker arm wrestling competition, which Kirishima won. Iida also advanced after winning his match against Mei Hatsum, who had him wear one of her devices and run around the arena while showcasing it to recruiters. She stepped out of the ring after making her demonstration. Kaminari faced defeat at the hands of the determined Shiozaki. Lastly, Tokoyami earned an impressive victory against Class 1A's vice president, Yaoyorozu, by disrupting her creation quirk with quick attacks, preventing her from forming a strategy. Izuku felt a bit sorry for her as she took the quick loss hard. The battles resumed with Kirishima and Ishido. Kirishima's hardening quirk proved useful against Ishido's acid, ultimately allowing him to get close enough to push her out of the ring. Although Shiozaki was strong against Kaminari, she soon found herself outmatched by Dark Shadow, unable to withstand its speed and intensity. With Izuku, Tokoyami, and Kirishima advancing to the semifinals, only Todoroki and Iida remained. Izuku was particularly interested in this match. While Todoroki was quick, Iida's speed could allow him to evade Todoroki's ice traps. However, Todoroki had previously demonstrated the ability to cover large areas with ice rapidly and effortlessly. The crowd roared as the two powerhouses prepared for battle. Present Mike announced the start of the match. Iida wasted no time. Recognizing the danger of a direct approach, he opted to flank his opponent, running in a wide circle around Todoroki. In response, Todoroki leaped backward, leaving a trail of ice behind him. Iida narrowly avoided it. Had he continued on his path, he would have slipped out of the ring. Todoroki would need to do better than that. As Todoroki jumped away, Izuku noticed something peculiar about his movement. Though still quick, Todoroki's right side appeared slightly sluggish and heavy. When he had used ice on Sero, his right side had been nearly covered in frost. Perhaps this was a side effect of only using half of his quirk, Izuku thought. Without the heat to regulate his body temperature, Todoroki was slowing down. This meant Iida had a significant advantage and could potentially win if he exploited this weakness. However, Todoroki was no fool. Anticipating his disadvantage, he stomped his foot hard onto the ground. Ice formed rapidly beneath him, spreading across the ring and creating a small circle around Iida. In an instant, Iida realized his quirk was rendered useless. If he tried to run, he would slip on the ice and fall out of bounds. The playing field had been leveled. But Iida was not about to give up. With an eruption of his reciproburst, he launched himself into a spinning kick toward Todoroki, who ducked just in time. Iida's speed proved too much, and he landed a second kick heavily on Todoroki's back. With only seconds left of his reciproburst, Iida grabbed Todoroki by the back of his shirt and propelled himself toward the edge of the arena, ready to throw him out of bounds. He never made it. His speed diminished instantly, halting Iida in his tracks. He looked in horror as ice formed around his calf. Todoroki had turned Iida's own attack against him, and the ice rapidly grew, encasing Iida up to his neck. Midnight announced that Iida was incapacitated, and Todoroki advanced to the semifinals. Izuku closed his notebook, impressed by the fight and the lessons learned. He felt proud of Iida for fighting gallantly, even though the odds were against him. Standing up, Izuku made his way to the preparation room, readying himself for his upcoming match against Kirishima. The crowd roared as Izuku and Kirishima stepped onto the ring, both having become crowd favorites. Everyone was eager for their match, and Kirishima radiated excitement. This battle would determine who would be the first contestant to advance to the finals. Kirishima, cracking his knuckles, expressed his enthusiasm for the rematch, noting that there were no shadows to hide in this time. Izuku smiled, tightening his belt, feeling a twinge of guilt from their previous training battle where he had dropped Kirishima several stories. He was determined to give a fair one-on-one fight this time. As the match began, Kirishima wasted no time, rushing at Izuku with a hardened fist. Izuku stood his ground, prepared for the brawler's approach. Kirishima's quirk allowed him to get in close without fear of injury, and he launched a series of punches. Izuku dodged effortlessly, parrying and evading each attack. Present Mike commented on Kirishima's speed, noting that Izuku remained unfazed, making the match intriguing. Kirishima urged Izuku to fight back, but Izuku skillfully avoided a sweeping kick, leaping over Kirishima's head and placing an explosive disc on his back, sending him forward. Kirishima quickly recovered, asserting that Izuku's bombs couldn't penetrate his quirk. The battle continued, with Izuku dodging Kirishima's relentless attacks while taking strategic shots with his explosives. Izuku admired Kirishima's quirk, expressing his respect for its sturdiness and the potential it offered for a hero in turn. Kirishima, cheerful and motivated, threw a punch that narrowly missed Izuku's head. Izuku explained that while quirks were powerful, they were still bound by the limitations of their user's biology. He noted that Kirishima's eagerness to attack first was a strategy to avoid a prolonged battle, and he had been keeping Kirishima's quirk activated with his explosives. With a sudden shift in tactics, Izuku launched a series of immense explosions at Kirishima, catching him off guard. Kirishima struggled to protect himself as he felt a sharp impact, realizing that his hardening quirk had sustained damage. The arena filled with smoke as the explosions continued. Eventually, the smoke cleared, revealing Izuku standing over a charred and smoking Kirishima. Midnight announced that Kirishima was incapacitated and that Izuku would advance to the finals. Izuku knelt beside his friend, apologizing for going overboard and checking if he was okay. Kirishima, raising his shaking hand to Izuku's shoulder, smiled weakly and expressed his admiration for the battle. Meanwhile, miles away in Hosu City, a dark figure stood triumphantly over the fallen hero, Ingenium. To this figure, the dying hero was merely a fake, a representation of the greed and ambition that plagued those who called themselves heroes. Fame and money were the true motivations for many, but this figure recognized the one true hero who stood against him, All Might. Only All Might was worthy of the title of hero. In a different scene, a small child sobbed heavily in his mother's arms, shaken by the pain inflicted by his father. The child, Shoto, had been hurt for not meeting his father's expectations during training. He was isolated from other children, including his siblings, as his father believed it was for Shoto's own good, a means to make him stronger and fulfill his destiny of surpassing All Might. Shoto did not want to be the number one hero or to hurt others. His father's ambition brought him pain and misery, igniting a fierce anger within him. In contrast, All Might represented safety and hope. Yet, that hope was overshadowed by the dark shadow of his father's ambition. Shoto cried out, expressing his desire not to become someone who bullies and hurts others. His mother held him close, lovingly rubbing his back to soothe him. She reminded him to stay true to himself, emphasizing that he still wanted to be a hero. Before the final match, Izuku made his way back to the preparation room. Todoroki's battle with Tokoyami had just concluded, and they had some time to rest and prepare for the finals. Izuku needed to be ready. He no longer had the luxury of his opponent's ignorance to exploit. Todoroki would be prepared for him, and his tricks wouldn't save him this time. He would have to face him on his terms. Privately, Izuku felt a growing concern about his gauntlets. He had used them more than he had anticipated in the previous matches. They were still only prototypes, and he worried about their integrity. He would have to use more glycerin than he was comfortable with to defend against Todoroki's attacks. If they were compromised in the blasts, they could cause serious harm to both himself and Todoroki. He had to be cautious. Lost in thought as he walked down the hallway, he nearly collided with someone. Looking up from his gauntlets, he jumped back, startled by the figure in front of him. Endeavor pointed at him and said he had been looking for him. Izuku internally cursed, wondering what it was with this family and their obsession with him. He asked what he could do for Endeavor. Endeavor remarked that he had been watching Izuku's fights against the other students and expressed his admiration. He noted that Izuku had impressed him, which was not easily done. He acknowledged Izuku's quick victories and his ability to free himself from the control of a brainwashing student, praising his strength of will. Izuku was taken aback, surprised to receive compliments from Endeavor. Endeavor continued, noting that all of this was accomplished without a quirk, which he found unfathomable. He lamented that it was a shame fate had dealt Izuku such a hand, suggesting that if he had a quirk, he could truly become unstoppable. Feeling the impatience rise within him, Izuku excused himself, stating he needed to get ready. As he began to walk away, Endeavor mentioned that his son had told him Izuku was trained by Batman. He was unaware that Batman had taken another student, implying that he should have waited before moving on to the next sidekick. Izuku froze, asking what Endeavor meant. Endeavor, appearing confused, inquired if Izuku did not know. Izuku, alarmed, pressed for clarification about what he was missing. Suddenly, a large yellow blur rushed down the hallway, flipping over Endeavor's head and landing next to Izuku. All Might announced his arrival, eager to say hello to Endeavor. Endeavor glared at All Might, who seemed unfazed. All Might remarked that it had been a long time since they had last seen each other at a press conference 10 years ago. He had noticed Endeavor speaking with young Midoriya and thought to greet him. Endeavor, unamused, stated that if that was all Might wanted, they were done, as he had not finished speaking with Midoriya. All Might, with a laugh, questioned why Endeavor was being so cold. He continued, suggesting that Endeavor should be thrilled, as his son had made it to the finals using only half his power, implying that Endeavor must be a great teacher. The sky was dark with clouds and rain, pouring down on the solemn procession below. People dressed in black gathered to pay their respects to the slim tombstone, representing all that remained of Katsuki Bakugo. Bakugo's parents stood silently by the grave, thanking those who came to pray for their son's spirit, wishing for fortune in his next life and that he may finally find rest. Izuku had strongly considered not attending the funeral of his friend. He felt responsible for the villain who had escaped and caused Bakugo's death. News about Izuku or All Might's involvement in the attack had not reached the media. He assumed that since no one had seen All Might rescue him from the villain had simply evaded capture before being cornered by other heroes. He figured that since Izuku knew about his secret, All Might wanted to keep him away from the press at all costs. The thought played in his mind on a loop. He believed he had caused the villain to escape from All Might. If he hadn't grabbed onto the villain as he jumped away, the creature would have been in police custody already. How was he supposed to live with this? Izuku was brought back to the present by Bakugo's mother. He had reached the front of the viewing line without realizing it. She thanked him for coming, acknowledging that he and Bakugo weren't exactly friends in the end. She expressed her hope that one day they could have reconciled. Izuku felt a twist in his stomach as he saw the heartbreak in her eyes. He hung his head to avoid her gaze and apologized, his voice cracking. She reassured him that it was not his fault, but Izuku felt a deep sense of guilt. He finally vowed to become a hero and promised that when he did, he would find the monster responsible for Bakugo's death. Suddenly, he felt a hand on his shoulder and looked up, startled to see All Might instead of Mrs. Bakugo. All Might, in a distorted voice, warned him that some villains couldn't be beaten without a quirk. He opened his mouth wide, and a foul substance began to spew forth, wrapping around Izuku and preventing him from crying out for help. The voice of the sludge villain echoed in his mind, assuring him that he could still be a hero. Izuku struggled to break free, but it was futile. He felt as if he were suffocating. In desperation, he tried to cry out for help, but the sludge drifted away, revealing his reflection. He was dressed in a red suit, a golden cape, and a black domino mask. A cry echoed in the distance, calling his name. Suddenly, a crater opened beneath him, and he began to fall. He reached for his utility belt, but it was nowhere to be found. The cries continued, echoing through the darkened hallways. Shadows danced along the walls as the tension in the air thickened. Each sound seemed to amplify the fear that gripped the hearts of those who dared to listen. They moved cautiously, aware that danger lurked just beyond their sight. The atmosphere was charged with an unspoken dread as they pressed forward, determined to uncover the source of the haunting wails. Izuku stood at the edge of the training grounds, determination etched on his face. He had been pushing himself harder than ever, striving to master his abilities and prove himself to his peers. The sun was setting, casting a warm glow over the landscape, and he could feel the weight of expectations pressing down on him. As he focused on his training, he recalled the words of his mentor, urging him to harness his power with precision and control. Each movement was a testament to his growth, a blend of strength and agility that he had worked tirelessly to achieve. He could almost hear the cheers of his friends, motivating him to keep going. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over him, and he turned to see a familiar figure approaching. It was his rival, who had always pushed him to be better. They exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them. This was not just a competition, it was a journey of growth for both of them. They began to spar, their movements fluid and synchronized, each strike a display of their hard-earned skills. The air crackled with energy as they pushed each other to their limits, neither willing to back down. With every clash, Izuku felt a surge of adrenaline, the thrill of the challenge igniting his spirit. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the ground, Izuku knew that this was just the beginning. He was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, fueled by his dreams and the unwavering support of his friends. With renewed determination, he prepared to take on the world, one step at a time. The stadium erupted with cheers as Todoroki stepped onto the stage for the final match of the tournament. His previous encounter with Tokoyami had been challenging. The power of Tokoyami's dark shadow quirk was formidable, but as Todoroki continued to wield his ice, he noticed the creature's strength diminishing. It soon became clear that the creature was vulnerable to light, and the sun's reflection on Todoroki's ice only intensified its weakness. Ultimately, Tokoyami found himself cornered and chose to concede. Todoroki clenched his fist as he watched Midoriya enter the ring opposite him. This was the moment he had been anticipating. Despite the rivalry, he felt no animosity towards Midoriya. In fact, he admired Midoriya's resourcefulness and skill, especially considering he lacked a quirk. Midoriya's performances during hero training, the USJ incident, and the sports festival had been nothing short of remarkable. However, Todoroki knew he had to confront him. Midoriya's connection to All Might was of little concern to him. He saw Midoriya as a stepping stone to prove that he could be the best without relying on his quirk. He intended to reject everything All Might represented. Midoriya focused on the roaring crowd around him, tightening his gauntlets and utility belt. Todoroki understood he needed to approach this match with caution. He had underestimated Midoriya before, and it had cost him dearly. This time, he would keep his distance, ensuring Midoriya remained far from his gauntlets and tools. He had to make this opportunity count. It was his last chance. The announcer, Present Mic, boomed over the crowd, highlighting the significance of the match. Both heroes in training had been frontrunners since the festival began. The audience buzzed with excitement over the impending showdown between Todoroki, the son of the number 2 hero, and Midoriya, the unexpected contender and protege of the Dark Knight. Midoriya completed his preparations and finally locked eyes with Todoroki. The expression he saw puzzled him. Midoriya's gaze held a depth that Todoroki couldn't quite comprehend. It wasn't fear, anger, or determination. It was something more profound: sadness. Izuku gasped, jolting awake from his dream. He found himself in a hospital bed within Recovery Girl's trauma center, his limbs heavily bandaged. Pain coursed through him, causing him to shiver. As he attempted to sit up, he felt a gentle hand holding him back. Turning, he saw Bruce, who was keeping him from moving further. Alfred stood beside Bruce, both of them watching over him. Alfred expressed his relief, noting how worried they had been. Izuku, still groggy, inquired about how long he had been unconscious. Recovery Girl, standing at the edge of his bed, informed him that he had been out for at least 30 minutes. She explained the severity of his injuries: shattered bones in his right arm, damaged fingers, and severe burns covering his arms, face, and torso. The explosions had taken a toll, leaving him with significant damage. Alfred rolled up his sleeves, ready to assist. Recovery Girl emphasized the urgency of removing the broken bone fragments from Izuku's limbs to prevent further complications. She sighed, turning to Bruce, expressing her concern over how hard he had pushed Izuku. She admonished him for encouraging Izuku's reckless behavior, while Alfred noted that neither of them seemed to heed reason. Their conversation was interrupted by a loud bang as the door swung open, and Uraraka, Iida, Mineta, and Tsuyu rushed into the room, calling out for Midoriya. Uraraka's worried expression shifted to surprise as she noticed Alfred and Bruce. Alfred greeted her warmly, and she returned the greeting with a bow, also acknowledging Bruce, who nodded silently. Recovery Girl reminded them that Izuku was not in a condition for visitors. Despite this, Izuku managed to greet his friends, wondering why they weren't at the award ceremony. Iida explained that the stage had been too damaged, and they were taking a break for repairs. Mineta expressed his shock over the intensity of the match, questioning what hero agency would want someone who injured themselves so severely. Tsuyu pointed out that Mineta was being insensitive. Recovery Girl, herding them out of the room, insisted they needed to prepare for surgery. The friends all gasped in unison at the mention of surgery, bombarding Izuku with questions as they were ushered out. Izuku heard Tsuyu's final soft rib bit before the door closed, leaving him alone with Bruce. Breaking the silence, Izuku apologized, feeling remorseful. Bruce asked what he had to be sorry for, and Izuku explained that he thought he could handle it. Tears welled in his eyes as he reflected on his actions. Bruce reassured him, stating that Izuku had acted out of concern for his classmates' suffering. While he had lost the tournament, he had succeeded in what truly mattered. Izuku turned away, feeling disheartened. He lamented that All Might was right, some battles couldn't be won without a quirk. Bruce questioned whether Izuku still believed that after everything he had experienced. Izuku admitted he didn't know. Before Bruce could respond, Recovery Girl and Alfred returned, urging Bruce to leave so they could begin Izuku's surgery. Uraraka, Iida, Mineta, and Tsuyu were walking back to the stadium after finishing the repairs from Izuku and Todoroki's match. The award ceremony was about to begin. Uraraka was quiet and distant, consumed by worry for Izuku. She had never seen him struggle so much during a battle, and the sight of him getting hurt deeply troubled her. Tsuyu noticed Uraraka's demeanor and asked if she was still worried about Midoriya. Uraraka nodded, expressing her concern about the surgery he needed. The thought of permanent damage filled her with dread. Mineta tried to reassure her, stating that Recovery Girl was the best and there was nothing to worry about. Iida added that she would take great care of him, but then his phone rang. It was his mother, and he excused himself to take the call. Iida answered, but his mother sounded frantic. She quickly informed him that something was wrong with his brother, Tensei, who had been attacked by a villain. Iida's heart sank as he processed the news. Tensei was one of the top heroes, someone he had always looked up to. The thought of his brother being in danger was unimaginable. Meanwhile, high atop the rooftops, the hero killer Stain observed the chaos below with a sinister smile. He had inflicted serious injuries on the Turbo Hero, and as he watched the emergency technicians work to stabilize their patient, he felt a sense of satisfaction. He believed he was exposing the hypocrisy of society and the heroes within it. Suddenly, he sensed someone approaching and prepared to strike, but instead of flesh, his sword met a strange purple and black smoke. The smoke spoke, revealing that it was searching for him and had an intriguing offer. In the hallway outside the medical center, Bruce Wayne waited anxiously while Alfred and Recovery Girl performed surgery on Midoriya. Memories flooded back to him of his own experiences being patched up by Alfred and Dr. Leslie Tompkins. He recalled their warnings about pushing himself too far, yet he always returned to the fight. He believed that true heroes never gave up, and he was confident that Midoriya would embody that spirit as well. All Might approached, coughing as he ran down the hall. Bruce handed him a handkerchief and inquired about Midoriya's condition. All Might expressed relief that he would survive, but a heavy silence fell between them. All Might then apologized, admitting that he had underestimated Midoriya's potential. Bruce acknowledged this but pointed out that it wasn't the root of All Might's distress. All Might leaned against the wall, revealing his struggles since his injury and the burden of being the symbol of peace. He felt he was losing sight of what it meant to be a hero, especially with the threats posed by All for One and the League of Villains. He was running out of time and felt lost. Bruce inquired about One for All, and All Might nodded, pulling out a silver medallion he wished to present to Midoriya. He expressed pride mixed with regret, acknowledging how far Midoriya had come. Bruce encouraged All Might to let Midoriya make his own choices, reminding him of the importance of allowing others to decide their paths. All Might reflected on his past and the mentorship he received from Nana Shimura, feeling a sense of loss for what he had let slip away. He questioned why Bruce was helping him, given their complicated relationship. Bruce replied that they were neither friends nor enemies, and as he turned to leave, All Might recalled something important. He revealed that Endeavor had mentioned Jason to Midoriya before the match, and he regretted not stopping him in time. Bruce paused, considering All Might's words. He acknowledged that learning about Jason's fate was inevitable but recognized that it complicated matters further. Izuku lay in bed as Alfred and Recovery Girl completed their healing. The surgery had gone smoothly, and the healing process was swift, thanks to their quirks. However, Izuku felt drained and exhausted. His arm and fingers were no longer burned or broken, but they bore several scars. His hand remained gnarled and crooked from the battle's damage. Recovery Girl had mentioned that these scars would serve as reminders for him to avoid overexerting himself in the future. After Recovery Girl left to attend to other matters, Alfred stayed by Izuku's side. A long silence stretched between them until Alfred cleared his throat and inquired about Izuku's thoughts. Izuku turned away, not responding. Alfred sighed and encouraged him not to be too hard on himself, reminding him of how well he had performed and that he should be proud. Izuku felt the weight of failure pressing down on him. He believed he could have defeated his opponent but felt that his involvement had led to his downfall. Alfred reassured him that intervening was part of being a hero and that even Master Bruce acknowledged his efforts. Despite this, Izuku expressed his frustration over not being able to stop the League of Villains, defeat the Nomu, or overcome Todoroki. He questioned how he could possibly live up to the Batman legacy. Alfred reminded him that everyone experiences defeat, even the greatest heroes. Izuku remained silent, lost in his thoughts, until a knock at the door interrupted them. Alfred invited the visitor in before Izuku could object, and he groaned as All Might entered the room. All Might greeted them and hoped he wasn't intruding. Alfred welcomed him and suggested he check on Master Bruce, leaving Izuku alone with All Might. All Might asked how Izuku was feeling, but Izuku had no words for him. All Might pulled a silver medallion from his pocket, explaining that he wanted to present it to Izuku after the awards ceremony. Izuku flatly refused the medal. All Might hesitated, trying to commend Izuku for his performance and the progress he had made. However, Izuku's glare intensified as he interpreted All Might's words as a reminder of his perceived shortcomings. He felt that All Might was gloating about his lack of a quirk and questioned whether All Might had come to tell him he was right all along. Izuku's frustration boiled over as he expressed his desire to distance himself from All Might, insisting he didn't want or need his help. Tears streamed down his face as he declared he could be a hero on his own and demanded All Might leave. All Might complied, placing the medal on Izuku's bed before exiting. As he left, he could still hear Izuku's anguished cries. All Might's heart ached, knowing that he had contributed to Izuku's pain and that he had missed the opportunity to pass on his legacy to someone truly worthy. Meanwhile, Bruce Wayne sat at his desk in his spacious office at Wayne Tower, back in Gotham City. He had just returned from Japan, where the sports festival had concluded 3 days prior. The students at UA were given a week off to recover, but Bruce hadn't heard from Izuku since his surgery. All attempts to contact him had been ignored, and Bruce realized that the boy was avoiding him. After the festival, Bruce had to return to Gotham for work, but Alfred had chosen to stay behind to watch over Izuku during his recovery. Izuku had taken his loss to Todoroki very hard, and it was evident that it was affecting him deeply. He spent most of his time training to the point of exhaustion and had even been sneaking out at night, worrying both his mother and Alfred. Izuku was in a battle, both within himself and against external challenges. He had followed his instincts during the match, pushing his opponent to use his full power, which ultimately cost him the match. This reality clashed with the kinder notion that he had tried to help a friend at his own expense. However, overshadowing both was the harsh truth that, even at his best, he couldn't defeat Todoroki at full strength, especially not without a quirk. Bruce understood that, despite Izuku's rapid progress, he would eventually hit a wall. Yet he had not expected Izuku to take his defeat so hard, given how resilient and strong he had proven to be. Bruce's thoughts were interrupted when his watch began to beep, signaling an urgent call from Alfred. Alfred explained that Izuku had come for another training session at the warehouse but had slipped away when his back was turned. Bruce acknowledged that Izuku was free to come and go as he pleased, but Alfred's tone suggested there was more to the situation. Alfred revealed that Izuku had taken one of the cars. Bruce's alarm heightened as he realized the implications. The boy was too young to drive, and if caught, it could jeopardize his place at UA. Worse, someone could get hurt. Bruce decided to have the watchtower send him to the location, asking Alfred which car Izuku had taken. Alfred's voice dropped to a whisper as he revealed it was the main car. The realization hit Bruce like a cold shadow, and he felt a surge of dread. Izuku stood in the middle of a small office, surveying the aftermath of a chaotic confrontation. The space, once a factory used by the cartel, was now a scene of disarray, with overturned tables and workstations. Both cartel guards and workers lay incapacitated. Heavy machinery was damaged, sparking and smoldering from the explosive blasts caused by the intruder. Izuku had navigated through the wreckage, determined to reach the Drag Lord's office for answers. The Drag Lord, filled with rage, shouted threats, but his bravado quickly faded as Izuku unleashed a blast from his explosive gauntlets, targeting the Drag Lord's exposed arm. The pain was evident as the Drag Lord's screams echoed through the warehouse. Izuku, his voice deep and distorted by his mask, informed the Drag Lord that he was inflicting third-degree burns and warned him of the consequences of further resistance. Leaning in closer, he demanded to know the whereabouts of the sludge villain. The Drag Lord, panicking, insisted he had no information, claiming ignorance about the villain's whereabouts. Izuku, undeterred, blasted the wall behind the Drag Lord, causing debris to scatter. The Drag Lord's fear intensified, and he finally admitted that he had fallen out with the sludge villain after a theft. Izuku, frustrated, demanded more information, insisting that the Drag Lord knew more than he was letting on. Suddenly, a large shadow loomed over them, and Izuku felt a heavy hand on his shoulder. He reacted instinctively, dropping the Drag Lord and delivering a swift kick that knocked him out. Without turning around, Izuku acknowledged the presence of Batman, who expressed disapproval of Izuku's reckless actions. Izuku defended his actions as hero work, but Batman reminded him that he lacked the proper license for such endeavors. The two exchanged heated words, with Izuku expressing his frustration over his training and the ongoing threat posed by Kaken's killer. Batman cautioned him that revenge would not bring justice, but Izuku was adamant that he could not rest until the villain was brought down. As their argument escalated, Izuku's emotions boiled over, leading him to punch the wall, causing an explosion that cracked the brick. He reflected on his perceived failures, feeling inadequate in the face of powerful adversaries. Batman reassured him that failure was a part of being a hero, but Izuku was not convinced, believing that Batman had never truly faced defeat. Meanwhile, the hero killer Stain found himself in a darkened tavern, confronted by a mysterious figure clad in black with messy silver hair. The figure, known as the hand villain, sought to recruit Stain for a new group, revealing his desire to eliminate All Might and anyone else who angered him. Stain's disdain for the hand villain grew as he realized the shallow motivations behind the offer. Stain drew his knives, challenging the hand villain's lack of true convictions. Kurogyri, the warp villain, observed the situation, questioning whether he should intervene. However, a voice from the television urged him to allow the confrontation, believing it might lead to Stain's growth and understanding of his true potential. Back at school, Izuku and his classmates returned with excitement. On the train, he was approached by fans who recognized him from the sports festival, eager to hear about his training with Batman and asking for autographs. Overwhelmed by the attention, he quickly blended into the crowd as he arrived at school, where his classmates shared their own stories of newfound fame. Their performance in the sports festival had placed them on the map with fiery beacons to light the way. A moment later, the door to the class opened, and an unbandaged Aizawa sauntered in, greeting the class with a simple acknowledgement of their presence. Azui remarked that it was good news that Aizawa no longer needed his bandages. Aizawa explained that the treatment he received had been a bit excessive and shifted the topic to an important class on hero informatics. The students shifted uneasily in their seats, glancing at one another nervously, as the subject sounded challenging, possibly involving hero laws or protocols. Aizawa cleared his throat and informed them that they would need code names. The students around Izuku cheered at the prospect. However, Aizawa activated his quirk and growled, silencing them. He elaborated that this was related to the first-year draft pick he had mentioned before the festival. Normally, students wouldn't have to worry about the draft until their second or third year, but this class was different. By extending offers to them, professional heroes were essentially investing in their potential. He warned that many offers could be rescinded if interest waned before graduation. Hagakure questioned whether they would still need to prove themselves even after being recruited. Mineta expressed his frustration with selfish adults. Aizawa cleared his throat again and clicked a presentation remote towards the smartboard behind him. A list of students' names appeared, each accompanied by a bar graph and numbers indicating the offers they received. As expected, Todoroki had the most offers, with Tokoyami and Iida close behind. There was a significant gap between them and the rest of the students, but many were still excited about the prospect of professional heroes wanting to work with them. Yaoyorozu congratulated Todoroki, expressing that he must be proud. Todoroki acknowledged that the offers were likely due to his father's influence. Kaminar noted that he expected more offers for Midoriya. Mineta commented on how much Midoriya had hurt himself in the final round. Izuku scanned the board and noticed he was near the bottom. Despite taking second place in the festival, he hadn't received many offers, which he had anticipated. Being quirkless, he knew many pros likely viewed him as a liability. Aizawa reassured them that despite the results, everyone would be interning with pros, even those without offers. He reminded them of their first taste of combat during the villain attack at the USJ and emphasized the importance of seeing professionals at work in the field. He reiterated that they needed hero names, which would likely be temporary but should be taken seriously. Just then, the door opened, and Midnight entered, making her way to the front of the class. She echoed Aizawa's sentiment, emphasizing that the code names they chose could potentially be their names for life and advised them to choose wisely. Aizawa mentioned that Midnight would have final approval over their names, as it was not his forte. He explained that the name they chose was important, as it helped reinforce their image and represented the kind of hero they aspired to be. Izuku looked at the marker board handed to him. He had considered his code name but hadn't settled on anything concrete. He thought about honoring his mentor, who had once contemplated giving him the mantle of Robin. However, Bruce had avoided that conversation for a reason. He had also emphasized the importance of becoming his own hero, stating that he could only prepare Izuku to make his own choices. He and Kaken used to dream about their hero names as children, and now he was living that dream, one that had been denied to his friend due to his perceived weaknesses. One by one, his classmates presented their names. Before he knew it, it was Izuku's turn. Slowly he approached the front of the class, everyone eagerly anticipating the name of Batman's protege. Kirishima excitedly asked what he had chosen, suggesting something like Batkid or Batwing. Izuku took a deep breath and revealed his chosen name, Deku. The class stared at him in confusion. Kaminari questioned his choice, reminding him that it could be his hero name forever. Kirishima echoed the sentiment, urging him to reconsider. Izuku affirmed his decision, explaining that it had to be this name because it was given to him by someone who never got the chance to be there because of him. He fell silent, trembling slightly, and the atmosphere shifted as his classmates exchanged uncomfortable glances. Uraraka spoke up, expressing her support for the name. Mineta questioned why anyone would want the hero name useless. Uraraka clarified that while it might seem negative at first, it actually fit Izuku well. She pointed out that everyone had underestimated him at some point, yet he consistently proved his capabilities. She also highlighted the connection to the phrase, dekimasu, meaning you can do it, reinforcing that Izuku could achieve anything he set his mind to. The mood in the class transformed as smiles spread among the students, and they looked at one another in approval. Izuku felt a swell of emotion in his heart. For years, he had carried that name as a reminder of his failures, both as a quirkless boy and for his past mistakes. But now, his friend had given it a new meaning, one that filled him with hope. He turned his head away as he sat down at his desk, trying to hide the tears welling in his eyes. Lastly, it was Iida's turn. He trembled as he held the pen, dread and nausea building inside him. He struggled to write his chosen hero name, knowing it wasn't one he had chosen or wanted under the circumstances. He had visited his brother in the hospital after the attack by the hero killer Stain, who had left him for dead, and he had barely survived the surgery. They had stabilized him, and he was on his way to recovery, but Tensei had revealed something to Tenya that shook him to his core. Tensei expressed that he couldn't feel his legs and that they were useless. Tenya gasped in disbelief, unable to accept the reality of his brother's situation. Tensei continued, stating that the hero ingenium was finished for him. Tenya urged him not to talk like that, reminding him of all the people he still had to help and inspire. Tensei apologized, insisting that it was true and that he wanted Tenya to take on the name ingenium. When Tenya returned to school after their break, he tried to maintain a facade of normalcy, believing he had to be strong for his classmates, his brother, and himself. As he sat at his desk, he struggled to write the name Ingenium on his whiteboard to honor his brother and carry on the family legacy. But he found himself unable to do it. He wasn't ready. Approaching the classroom, he revealed his chosen name to his classmates, Tenya. Midnight noted that he was using his real name as well, causing confusion among the class. Izuku exchanged worried glances with Uraraka, both concerned for their friend since learning about Ingenium's defeat at the hands of a villain. Izuku saw through Tenya's calm exterior, recognizing a storm of sorrow, pain, confusion, and a desire for revenge in his eyes. This was not the Tenya they knew, the by-the-book class president who always prioritized others. Now, those traits seemed overshadowed by a deep grief he couldn't escape. Izuku felt this pain daily and wished to spare his friend from it. Aizawa announced that the class needed to submit their agency picks by the weekend, and class was dismissed. The students buzzed with excitement about their choices. Uraraka shared with Izuku that their fight in the sports festival had inspired her to learn more hand-to-hand combat, leading her to choose the gunhead agency. Izuku reviewed his options, but none captured his interest. Unsure of what to do, he took a picture of the list and sent it to Bruce, hoping for guidance. He noticed there were no offers from Bruce, which was expected, as Bruce preferred to work independently despite being a founding member of the Justice League. Izuku's phone pinged with a message from Bruce, but the response only added to his confusion. Titans Hero Agency. He wondered if it was related to the Teen Titans, as he didn't think they had a division in Japan. The agency wasn't on his list of offers or any provided by UA staff, leaving him puzzled. He asked Bruce for more information, but the reply was that he would be picked up on the day his internship started. Izuku realized he had no choice but to wait. As Iida walked briskly toward the school entrance, Izuku and Uraraka hurried to catch up. Izuku called out to him, urging him to wait. When they reached him, Izuku struggled to find the right words. He expressed that he didn't know what Iida was going through, but reassured him that he wasn't alone and that they were friends. Iida turned to face them, offering a small smile, perhaps trying to ease their worries. However, to Izuku, that smile only deepened his concern. Without further words, Iida continued on his way home, but Izuku stopped him. He handed Iida a small device, explaining that it was a personal communicator that connected to a secure virtual network. He urged Iida to keep it just in case he needed it. Iida accepted it, placed it in his pocket, bowed and left for home. Izuku exchanged worried looks with Uraraka, feeling a strong desire to support Iida but unsure if anything they said would reach him. The communicator had another purpose. It also served as a tracking beacon. Izuku had glimpsed Iida's paper and saw that he had chosen an agency in Hosu City, where his brother had fallen. He hoped his fears were unfounded and that Iida wouldn't need the device. The day of the internship arrived quickly. Izuku packed his things, his hero suit ready to go. He was still uncertain about where he was headed or what he would be doing, but excitement bubbled within him. Bruce had made modifications to his suit since the USJ incident, enhancing its durability and adding an experimental exoskeleton that increased his strength. The utility belt had also been expanded to carry more tools and weapons. Izuku knew he likely wouldn't see combat during this time, but he was eager to test everything out. As he finished packing, the doorbell rang. Expecting Alfred to take him to the Titan's agency, he rushed to the door. To his surprise, it wasn't Alfred but a tall, handsome man with long black hair. Dressed in a simple blazer and button-up shirt that showcased his impressive build, Izuku recognized him immediately. It was the American who accompanied Bruce at the sports festival. He greeted Izuku Midoriya with a cheerful demeanor, introducing himself as D. Grayson. He expressed his pleasure at finally meeting Izuku.